Good evening, honourable members. Please be seated.
Under government motions, motion number 42, adjourn debate. Honourable Mrs. Allard.
Honourable members, prior to resuming debate, I would like to remind all my members that pursuant to the unanimous consent request by the Government House Leader earlier this afternoon, which was granted, members of the Executive Council, as well as the Leader of the Official Opposition, will be permitted to speak to Government Motion 42 this evening, even if they have already spoken in the debate previously. With that, I will recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I won't go so far as to say that I am pleased to rise to speak to this emergency issue today because, of course, it is an emergency and it's one that is having a tremendously negative effect on the lives of Albertans all across this province. Our caucus, of course, chose to bring in a motion and an effort to have a debate in this Assembly about the critical issues that Albertans are facing as a result of COVID-19 and as a result of the recently spiraling cases of COVID-19. We had ultimately agreed to delay an afternoon debate in order to have a debate just a little bit later with the hopes of being able to engage directly with members of Executive Council on what exactly we will see coming from the government as far as major initiatives that they might finally be getting prepared to implement. So it is unfortunate that in some cases we see, of course, that some members of Executive Council are not going to have as full a debate as I would have liked to see this evening. Nonetheless, on behalf of all Albertans, I will rise in the House today, or this evening, in order to outline the many concerns that have been brought to me by my constituents and by Albertans from across this province, from every corner. Regardless of constituency and regardless of the partisanship of the MLAs that represent them. The depth and breadth of the concern is quite overwhelming. And it's happening. Why is that happening? Well, because I would say that in the words of the Chief Medical Officer of Health this afternoon, this is a snowball. And it is getting very, very large, and it is moving increasingly quickly, and it's getting away from us. And how do we know that? Well, because what we have seen over the last 10 days is that case numbers have been skyrocketing, and the capacity for our public health officials to keep track of where these cases are coming from is profoundly diminished. And indeed, we heard just today from the Chief Medical Officer of Health that in schools, when someone is exposed to someone with COVID, they will no longer necessarily be told of that anymore. Because they are so backed up in terms of being able to process the new cases. That's very troubling, Madam Speaker. People are sending their children to school under the expectation that this government has taken the appropriate steps to keep their children safe. And of course, we know that children were going back to school in contradiction in some levels to the best practices, in that we knew that many children are going into classrooms where they cannot appropriately physically distance and where, for a variety of reasons, they cannot necessarily wear masks throughout the course of the day. And yet those children are in those unsafe circumstances. We have over 300 outbreaks across this province, and now we hear today that children who are exposed to people with COVID-19 in that setting will not necessarily receive notification of that. That is deeply troubling to parents across this province. But that's not all, Madam Speaker. It's been 10 days since the Premier has addressed the public on the matter of COVID-19, since he has presented himself in a press conference in order to answer questions about decisions being taken to deal with this incredible rise in cases in this province. 10 days. And in that 10 days, what has happened? Well, 73 people have died. We are now at over 13,000 active cases in this province. 84% of those active cases occurred in the last 10 days, while the Premier has been MIA. We have more active cases in this province than any other province in the country. Now, we should have seen this coming, because I was telling people that we had more active cases per capita than any other province in the country for some time now. And the degree to which we were leading the rest of the country on our per capita number of cases and the rate at which it was increasing made it very clear to anyone who was watching this that sooner or later we were going to surpass the rest of the country, even provinces 3 or 3.5 times our size. And that's what we have done. Since Thursday alone, Madam Speaker, we've seen more than 5,000 new cases. We set single-day case records on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. In the last 2 days, we have eclipsed 1,500 cases. Now, these are numbers, but they're not numbers. They are people. They're people with families, and they are people with jobs, and they are people who see other people, who go into our hospitals, who need care, who can't go to work, who get sick, some of whom may become critically ill. That's who that number of 13,000 active cases, or over 13,000 active cases, that number is people. And the 11,000 cases that we have seen in the last roughly 10 days, those are people. We saw 23 new cases on the day the Premier declared a public health emergency last spring. 23. Today, we saw over 1,500. And today, we didn't hear from the Premier. And we didn't hear from him yesterday, we didn't hear from him the day before, and we haven't heard from him for 10 days. So, we are very concerned, as our first point here tonight, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the many, many Albertans that we have been hearing from, is they need to hear from the Premier, the person that has been elected to lead this province. Now, we heard today that the reason we're not hearing from the Premier is because he's in isolation. But I think that everybody in this House, and certainly Albertans who are following the news ever, are fully aware that other political leaders have had to go into isolation and have been completely capable of engaging with their citizens while in isolation. We were advised by the Premier's issue manager that he tested negative. And so, just like, for instance, with the Prime Minister, when he was exposed to this virus very early on in the pandemic during the spring, we saw him each and every day come out of his home and walk out and speak to the press every single day. In 10 days, we have seen an 85% rise. It's not funny. In 10 days, we have seen an 85% rise in cases, of active cases of people who are critically ill, who are spreading the virus, who can't go to work, whose lives are going to be changed. We've seen an 85% increase in cases, and I'd rather that the members in this House not chuckle about that. I would rather that they join me in asking why Albertans have not seen their Premier over the course of an 85% rise in cases over 10 days. Because I know Albertans are asking that. Let me tell you, they are asking that. So he's in isolation, so we can't see him. Except, of course, he did manage to attend a UCP AGM on the weekend via Zoom. He was also able to attend a foundation event, Canada-India Foundation event by Zoom this weekend. That's great. Nothing wrong with attending an AGM for your party. Nothing wrong, of course, with appearing at the Canada-India Foundation. None of those things are bad things. That's what you should do. But if you can do that, Madam Speaker, you can get on the Zoom and zoom on in to any one of the 9 press conferences that the Chief Medical Officer of Health has had over the last 10 days about the 85% raise in active cases, about the fact that there is no province doing as poorly controlling this virus than the province of Alberta. Leadership is about moments, Madam Speaker. And I will tell you, we've lost count of the moments that this particular leader has failed to show up. So now we know that there's a cabinet meeting, perhaps even the cabinet meeting going on right now, where conversations will be held about whether or not this government will finally step up and acknowledge that they have work to do. They have tough decisions to do. They can't hide behind simplistic talking points because they are scared of their base, and they would rather let Alberta have uncontrolled spread of the virus than speak up to their base. And so they engage in simple talking points and a failure to act. That time is over, Madam Speaker. It is over. Albertans are demanding that that time be over. So there's a cabinet meeting to discuss how that ends. My question is simply this. We overtook the rest of the country in terms of daily cases on Friday. Now, people here are probably tired of having to remember that there was a time when us on this side were in government. But we have also managed through an emergency. And I can tell you it is quite possible to meet on a Friday, to meet on a Saturday, to meet on a Sunday, to meet on a Monday morning. And so my question is, why was this decision-making group of the cabinet waiting until Monday afternoon to meet to talk about this 85% rise in cases that has occurred over the last 10 days? So Albertans are looking for guidance. And we have heard many, many, many people call desperately for guidance. We have heard, just today, we saw a correspondence and a press conference that represented the views of hundreds of doctors begging this government to understand the consequences and the implications to our healthcare system and its ability to provide care for all of our loved ones, for all of their health needs. That happened today. But of course, that's not all that happened. We had a larger amount of doctors beg this government to step up last week. No response. No response. What we are left with in the face of this Premier's unprecedented and shameful silence is this. We are left with his talking point from days and days and days ago that, you know what? We have to think of the economy first. And, you know, people that get sick, well, a lot of them were going to die anyway because the average age of people dying is close to the average age of people dying for old age. So therefore, we're going to put the economy first. Now, separate and apart, Madam Speaker, from the inhumane nature of those comments, let me also say that that very frame, that very analysis is profoundly misguided. The fact is that pitting the health of Albertans and the imperative to slow the pace of this virus's growth against the economy means that you fail on both. And in fact, if we continue down this track, if we fail to take whatever options might be there to somehow desperately get off the road that this government's inaction has put us on, If we do that, that is the only way to support the economy. Because if this continues the way it is, the economy will be jeopardized and undermined and threatened in a way far more than any short-term limitations on economic activity might have done. And that's not me saying that, Madam Speaker. That's the International Monetary Fund. Now, I know the Premier prides himself as being kind of the smartest guy in the room sometimes, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the International Monetary Fund has folks there that have things to say that probably think people should listen to when you're talking about the economy. And so I'm just going to quote from some observations that were put out by the IMF very, very recently, in the last week and a half or so. One enduring lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic is that any lasting economic recovery will depend on resolving the health crisis. A little bit further on. Now, the recession was also largely driven by people voluntarily refraining from social interactions as they feared contracting the virus. Therefore, lifting lockdowns is unlikely to lead to a decisive and sustained economic boost if infections are still elevated, as voluntary social distancing will likely persist. Lockdowns impose short-term costs but may lead to a faster economic recovery as they lower infections and thus the extent of voluntary social distancing. So, that's the IMF saying the things that many other economists out there have said, which is, if you allow this to go uncontrolled, if we allow the cases to continue at their current rate and their current trajectory, then we are going to have much more severe and more long-term economic consequences to struggle with as Albertans. And let me also say that since we last sat in this House in Thursday, we also had the federal government introduce its modelling and share it with Canadians. Now, that modelling was not broken down by province, but it did say that we are looking at a significant increase in the number of cases if things continue the way they are now. And just judging from the amount of the current number of cases that Alberta has, and Alberta relative to the rest of the country, we could see Alberta get up to 6,000 cases per day by the end of December. We had doctors today suggest that we could end up at 5,000 cases per day by mid-December. That will utterly shut down our healthcare system for anybody else. Now, just today, the Alberta Chambers of Commerce put out a release in which President and CEO Ken Colby said the rising COVID-19 case numbers show the status quo isn't working. We can't protect Alberta's health and keep the economy running while still being lax on enforcing public health measures. So that's the head of the Alberta Chamber of Commerce. They're not celebrating the do-nothing approach of this government to COVID-19. Now, when it comes to business, I'd like to take a little bit of time to talk about this because I know many people are concerned about the consequences to small and medium-sized businesses across this province if COVID continues to spread in an uncontrolled way, as it is doing under the current leadership decisions of this government, or if lockdown measures have to take place. Either way, many small businesses are in great jeopardy. And again, this is something that the government should be tackling head on. They should be talking to these small and medium-sized business folks about what they will do to help them through these difficult times. But what have we seen? 10 days, not a word from the Premier about this challenge. Now, last week, our caucus put forward 7 measures to support small and medium-sized businesses should they lose significant revenue as a result either of uncontrolled case growth or as a result of short-term restrictions being imposed by the government. We proposed tripling the funding for the Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant program that was offered by the government, from $200 million, most of which I don't think has gone out the door yet, to $600 million. And that we also increased the grant from $5,000 to $10,000. And that we lowered the qualifying threshold from a 50% lost revenue to just 40% lost revenue. That was one constructive proposal that we made. Yeah, people out there can say it's not good enough, it should be different, you should tweak the eligibility. There's lots of things that we could have a conversation about if we were all in here having conversations about how to make this better. But one thing I will say is that we need to be reaching out to these small and medium-sized businesses with proposals to support them through this difficult time. Another thing we proposed was that the government use the at least some, will use all of, and perhaps fund more if necessary, of the $60 or so million left over from the unmatched federal rent supplement program, arising from the fact that the federal program was poorly designed last time, and so the provincial government's matching of it was reasonably undemanding of this government, shall we say. And so we take that $60 million and we basically match the 25% that is coming from the federal government to small businesses so that they're getting 50% of their rent rebated to them or subsidized for them by the two levels of government together. We know that we have $60 million to start with on that. And if it takes more, Madam Speaker. We are also calling on the government to reinstate the commercial eviction ban that expired on August 31st for 6 months to April 2021. I don't know why we're not in here doing stuff like that right now, but we're not, because we've had this absence of leadership and commentary on this for at least 10 days and, frankly, weeks and weeks before that. We're calling for a reinstatement of the ban on utility shutoffs for 6 months, and we are calling for the same thing that we called for when the legislation enabling that was first introduced last late spring, early summer, that it be amended to allow for and enable either a deferral or a rebate of those utilities. So we've heard over and over and over, and I'm sure members opposite have heard over and over and over, that small and medium-sized business can only afford so much debt. So quite frankly, in some cases, we just may need to cut them a break on their utilities. So not only do they not get cut off because they can't afford to pay, but in the long term, maybe they don't have to pay, or they don't have to pay as much. We also called for a 50% reduction on small business insurance, and we asked for that to be extended to June 30th, 2021. One thing that we have heard over the course of the last 8 months is that one industry, strangely, through all of this, that is doing very, very well is the insurance industry. We have also heard from countless small business owners about how their insurance rates have actually gone up considerably. And we've heard from even more that they literally shut their doors. They don't have customers coming in and out. There is no liability being incurred or tested or risked, yet they're still paying for their insurance. And if they don't pay for their insurance, they lose their lease. I would argue that this government has the ability to step in and address this unfairness. The second last thing that we called for last week was for the government to provide low-interest lines of credit of up to $30,000. Now, I know I just said that many small and medium-sized businesses don't want any more debt. The problem is, what we know, and what we are hearing from many of them, is that many of them have already had to go into debt. And in many cases, they're in debt in high-interest situations. And so what this would allow them to do is to convert that high interest rate debt to a much slower level of interest that the government, of course, is able to secure. And in some cases where people still ultimately need to go further into debt, it's easier for them to consider it if they're not paying outrageous interest rates. We know many, many small business owners struggle to get access to affordable credit. So why can't this government do that for them? For heaven's sakes, we just managed to find $6 billion in loan guarantees for TC Energy, for Keystone, even understanding that there was a very good likelihood that a president who was opposed to that very project would get elected. You would think we could find some money to offer low-interest loans to small business owners so that they could stay afloat, should either this government's failure to get the virus under control or necessary limitations in business activity introduced by the government result in these businesses being at greater risk and suffering revenue loss. So these are not unreasonable proposals. These are the kind of proposals, and let me be clear, Madam Speaker, I'm sure members opposite, probably many members in the, who are not in Executive Council, have their own ideas about how best to support small business owners in their communities. And I think we should hear them. And I think, most importantly, that this government should act on them. And I think that the urgency of acting on them has been brutally apparent to anybody reading the news and, you know, just doing the basic research for some time. So if it hasn't been done already, I would urge members of this government to push their Executive Council to get moving on these packages for small businesses and medium-sized businesses, because we've known for some time that they need it. And this is a time for the government to step up. If you claim you're worried about the economy, if you claim you're worried about job creators, then for heaven's sake, do something. Don't just use the talking points. Actually do something and support them. Because either way, restrictions or continuing down this path of pretending there's no problem, of sticking your head in the sand, both strategies are likely going to threaten small business owners. So why isn't this government stepping up, given that they claim to be the champions of small business? Now, we also need to focus on protecting the last thing, this is really critical, the last thing that we propose with respect to small business, although it actually applies more broadly to all Albertans, is we basically parroted the call of the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce to develop a COVID-19 risk index that gives businesses the ability to plan for moving up or down a stage of the relaunch strategy. And they suggested what has actually been suggested by many groups across this country, and in some cases introduced by provincial governments, is essentially that the relaunch should not be stage 1 will be done by May 15th, stage 2 will be June 15th, stage 3, well, we're not actually sure when they announced stage 3, it just sort of suddenly organically occurred, and suddenly everybody was like, I think we're in stage 3, I don't actually know. Do you know if we're in stage? I don't know. But anyway, that is not the right way to go. The way you make decisions about whether you're in this stage or that stage is you look at a risk index and you look at triggers and you look at what those triggers might be, and you rely on your public health officials and their modeling to tell you what the appropriate triggers should be. And then you share that information with Albertans, and you say, here's what we relied on, and these are the triggers. It's the number of cases, it's the number it's the R index, it's the number of active cases, it's the number of hospital admissions, it's the number of ICU admissions, it's all these things. And I'm not an expert, but what I would suggest is that these kinds of metrics are relatively easily established now. We're 8 months into this. There's a lot of good knowledge about this all around the world. You establish those measures, and then you report on them daily, and you say to people, if we get to this point, this kind of activity will likely be limited. And if we get to that point, that kind of activity will be limited. And if we get there, well, then that kind of activity will be limited. And you make it very clear to people when these kinds of things will come into play. And that allows all Albertans, not just small and medium-sized and large-sized business owners to predict, but for all Albertans to predict when changes are coming. And they can watch how their actions are connected to how those metrics, how close they are, whether we're getting close to them, whether we're stepping back from them, whatever they are. But we don't have that in Alberta. We have much less information available than most other provinces. Our stages have kind of gotten really fuzzy, and nobody knows what they are anymore, and they weren't consistently applied, and it just all got very muddled. And then at a certain point, we came up with new triggers, which were ICU, a certain level of ICU admission, a certain rate of cumulative rate of increase in hospital admissions, but it was stated in such a way that nobody could actually calculate what that was, and nobody ever actually reported how close we were to it. And so the whole thing just got muddled. And really no one could actually tell how close we were to a dangerous situation until suddenly, 10 or 11 days ago, the CMO announced that we had blown about 50% past one of those indicators. And so maybe we should do a couple things. And then they just kind of randomly described a couple things, surprised the people who were subjected to those restrictions because they had no idea that that was the trigger and that they were the outcome of that trigger, because nobody ever set it up or told them, and nor was there really any evidence to particularly connect them to the triggers, and so those folks feel rather left out in the cold because they got no warning. And then, of course, as I've just outlined, there's a whole suite of things that this government could be doing to support them if they had gotten ahead of this train in the summer. But of course, then that would have required one in the summer to be aware that there was, in fact, a second wave coming. Anywho, so those are all things that we would have liked to have seen. And I will tell you that this risk index is very critically important, because it's also important for all Albertans to be able to see how we're doing, to see how close we are getting to where new changes will come to impact them and the lives that they live, how close we are getting to their neighbors' lives being impacted, or their friends, their ability to go to work, to not go to work, all those things. They would all be clear to folks. Now, another element to the risk index, of course, comes down to the capacity of our healthcare system to treat Albertans. And one of the things that we've learned is that it's all fun to sort of talk about how many ventilators we have and how many spaces we can find to put beds in that are adjacent to ventilators that can plug into the wall. But somebody forgot to talk about the fact that for every ICU bed are a series of highly trained staff. Is supposed to be. That's the point. So an ICU bed is not just the bed and the ventilator and the oxygen and those things. An ICU bed is also a series of very highly trained staff. And so that gets to another area, which is the degree to which we have been managing the staffing that is necessary to keep Albertans safe. And I will argue that there are a number of fronts on which this government has again dropped the ball. Now, generally speaking, we know that this government has engaged in a pretty much full frontal attack on healthcare workers since before the pandemic. We had Black Friday right around this time last year when workers of all types throughout the healthcare system received letters from AHS telling them that over the course of the next 6 to 12 months, thousands of them were going to likely lose their jobs. Then we ultimately had this was after, in some cases, the obligation to negotiate with many of these healthcare workers had been ripped up and delayed and deferred. And of course, we'd also seen the attack on doctors and the ripping up of their contracts. So all of this was going on. Life was not good. People were not really feeling super appreciated in the healthcare sector. And then the pandemic arrives. And to be clear, officials in this government ought to have seen and known that the pandemic was on the horizon before they made several of these decisions. I can only assume that they did, and they chose to ignore them. In any event, so now we've got people being told that they're going to we're proposing to cut everybody's salary by at least 4%. Those are the people, of course, who are lucky enough not to get fired, part of the 11,000 people who were told that they were going to be fired in order to save maybe 2 million, maybe zero. We don't know. That's your own documents that say, for all we know, we're firing 10,000 or 11,000 to save nothing. And then also we have the attack on the doctors. So we've proposed a 4% pay cut for those healthcare workers who are lucky enough to keep their jobs. We're threatening to fire 11,000 frontline healthcare workers in order to save maybe $200 million, maybe $1. And we ripped up the contract with doctors, and then we're wondering why healthcare workers are stressed in the middle of a pandemic. But to be clear, that's not all. Because on top of that, what we saw in the spring was a deadly and heart-wrenching experience in our continuing care centres across this province. And Alberta was not unique in that. In provinces across the country, we saw the slow, painful demonstration of how poorly every jurisdiction has been investing to care for vulnerable citizens, primarily seniors, who require continuing care support. And so we saw devastating impacts across the country, no question about it. Because Alberta is a younger province, demographically, as a per capita level, we saw fewer fatalities relative to the rest of the country. But as human beings who care about our grandparents and our aunts and our uncles and our neighbors and our friends, we saw far, far too many fatalities in continuing care in this province. And so what became clear to people in many other provinces, and should have been clear to people in this province, is that we had a broken system. And we needed to take this summer to get it right, because we knew that a second wave was coming. And what did getting it right look like? Well, we needed to make sure that people who provided that kind of service, LPNs and primarily healthcare aides in many, many of these settings, were fairly compensated, were not allowed to move from one centre to another, but were compensated for the financial loss they experienced as a result of that rule, and that we had more people recruited into that work and trained. And if we struggle to find people to recruit into that work, because let's face it, continuing care centres can be perceived to be very dangerous places given the rate of fatalities that we saw in them, that we would pay them more to account for the level of danger that they were experiencing by going into those facilities. And so you saw in other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker, the government take the summer to actively hire and train more people. You saw the government in BC more actively coordinate the workforce strategy of people who work in these centres. But what did we see here? Well, it was like, well, we wrote a check for $120 million to our friends in the private sector, primarily, of continuing care, and we've washed our hands with it. We've done it. We've left it up to them, and, cross our fingers and hope it's all good. Well, here's, of course, what's actually happening. What we've heard is the vast majority of healthcare frontline staff in this sector did not get any kind of pay bump. We heard that those who were barred from working in more than one facility did not get appropriately compensated for their loss of income. We've heard that we did not actively start recruiting more people to work in this sector. We've heard that those who get sick have a broad range of disparity in terms of whether they have sick time, whether they don't have sick time, whether they have to exhaust their sick bank, whether they have to use their vacation, whether they have to use their overtime, whether they have to apply to the federal government for $400 a week, or whether they have to live off food stamps or borrow money from whoever they run into the street. It's a very broad range of what happens. Moreover, in addition to those various options that exist for these healthcare aides, on top of it, if they have to stay home because, say, a child is sick and they need to stay home because they need to isolate, they don't get any coverage for that. If they are exposed at work and they have to stay home even though they're not sick, well, they're not getting consistent coverage for that. So these things exist throughout there, and it's a patchwork of profoundly inept administration by a government that thinks that digging in to get things done right in a systematic way is somehow getting your hands dirty. Well, newsflash, that's actually leadership in the middle of a pandemic. Washing your hands of it and saying it's someone else's responsibility is not leadership. And the reason I say this is because we are now in the second wave of pandemic, and we have heard story after story after story of continuing care centers where they just desperately cannot find the staff to care for people, where almost all the staff are infected, where all but 3 of the residents are infected, where staff have to go home, where residents are told that they will not get the basic care they need because there just isn't the people to provide it to them. Well, I hate to break it to you. This is not an act of God that you couldn't predict. It might have been an act of God you couldn't predict in April, Madam Speaker. But now, 5, 6, 7 months later, it is not an act of God you couldn't predict. It's an act of God you chose to ignore. And the people who are suffering as a result, they can rightly turn to you and say, why? Why did you not take action to protect me, to protect my loved ones, to protect my grandmother, my grandfather, my aunt, my uncle? So, in addition to the failure to support those workers, we also know that this government is in the midst of trying to jam through legislation that would actually statutorily roll back the rights of workers to keep themselves safe in their workplace to somewhere where it was in the mid-1970s, Madam Speaker. They would redefine imminent danger, which is associated with the right to refuse unsafe work, so that somebody with a health condition literally could not say, you know what, going to work on that COVID-19 unit is dangerous and I can't do it. They are literally telling these frontline healthcare workers that they do not have the right to keep themselves safe at work. And they are changing the legislation to make darn sure that they don't even try. And at a time when health and safety in the workplace is the absolute most important thing that any manager could focus on, we are eliminating joint worksite health and safety committees. And then if people get sick, we are changing countless rules at workers' compensation to make darn sure they don't get compensation as a result of getting sick, because they went into work to do the job of heroes each and every day, even as this government turned their back on them. It is jaw-dropping to me that in the face of what we knew was coming this fall, in the face of what we saw frontline healthcare workers doing this spring, that the members over there thought it was morally appropriate to bring in a bill that attacks the health and safety rights of working people. What were you thinking when you had that caucus meeting? Good Lord. So I would suggest that as part of your response to the COVID-19 skyrocketing cases, the fact that we are leading the country in terms of the spread of this disease throughout our communities, that one of the things you can do is pull that ridiculous piece of bad judgment off the table and apologize to the frontline healthcare heroes who are actually showing up for work to keep people safe, who don't have the benefit of 4 weeks of continued pay when they go into isolation, and who don't have the right to go dark for 10 days if their employer tells them they have to work from home while they're isolating. So, now, we also are very concerned about how this government has been managing the issue of healthcare capacity. And more importantly, we're concerned about where it leaves Albertans of all with all conditions, should they need, of all stripes, should they need health care. So we talked about, some of the triggers that the CMO has identified, and one of the triggers she identified was if we get to 70 ICU admissions, that's a problem. And that takes us into a new phase, and with that phase, we need to engage in new measures to protect Albertans. Now, one of the things that, of course, she has certainly acknowledged is that although we haven't hit 70 across the province, in certain parts of Alberta, we far exceeded that region's contribution to that number of 70. So, for instance, in Edmonton, I think we passed it 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I think in Calgary we passed it a week or so ago. And so what does that mean? Well, actually, the member for Edmonton, Glenora, whispered in my ear when I was talking about it. What it means is that we're going through this process here in Alberta of redefining what an ICU bed is. Yeah. We are pulling away staff. We are pulling away specialization. We are pulling away expertise. And at a certain point, we're actually taking the bed and moving it out of the ICU, and we're putting it into a different part of the hospital. And we are hoping that the people in that different part of the hospital who have never gotten their ICU training can somehow learn to provide a semblance of the support that that ICU patient requires. And that is incredibly stressful, obviously, and dangerous for the patient. It's stressful and anxiety-provoking for their family and their loved ones. And to be very fair, it is stressful and anxiety-provoking for all the staff who are involved in this process. So let us be very clear. That's what, quote-unquote, surge capacity is. Surge capacity is significantly undermining and diluting and diminishing in a very conscious way the quality of care received by the sickest Albertans in our hospitals. That's what surge capacity is. So a government that manages a pandemic on the basis of an assumed reliance on surge capacity is a government that is fundamentally choosing to jeopardize the health of the sickest and most medically fragile Albertans across the province. And so I would argue, Madam Speaker, that that needs to stop. And I would also argue that that information needs to be made public to all Albertans. They have a right to see the dice that this government is rolling on their behalf, because that's exactly what they're doing. They are rolling the dice because they are wrapped up in an unwise and unsustained theory that they need to risk Albertans' lives in order to allegedly save the economy, even though, as I have already argued, in the long run, they're actually just going to do more damage. So that needs to be addressed better, and how better do we do that than we allow for regular reports from, not the CMO, because the CMO is not an expert in hospital care, but we allow for hospital providers to be very clear with Albertans about what these different levels of ICU mean and what it means for care, so Albertans can see how close we are getting to collapsing our system as a whole. Now, this government also, we've had lots of debate in the House over this issue, but I will just raise it once again, the issue of contact tracing. Now, I will say that, the Minister of Health likes to imply that, they've been hiring contact tracers all along. I think what we know to be the case is that much earlier this year, the Minister talked about having 800 contact tracers, and then they stopped looking. And they were just kind of going, oh, look at us, we have 800 contact tracers, we're the best, yay. But as it turned out, first of all, unbeknownst to many of us, they weren't full-time contact tracers, they were part-time contact tracers. So whether it was full 808 FTEs or 150 FTEs, we really don't know. But in any event, it wasn't until mid-October that they suddenly realized they had to hire more because they were falling way, way behind. But they didn't move quickly to do it. The actual outward-facing public posting for new contact tracers, as far as we can tell, we actually went up online 2 days ago, Madam Speaker. 2 days ago. So, and I have raised in this House before, as have other members of my caucus, the Harvard Medical School journal article on this that suggests that with our population, we were going to ultimately need about 1,300 full-time contact tracers. So we're nowhere close to that. They are finally hiring. That is good. They're telling us we should expect to have 400. I don't know if they're full-time or part-time, so that's an issue that we cannot get a straight answer out of this minister on. Doesn't matter what we do, he just will not give us a straight answer. But anyway, we should be up to 1,200 something or others by January. That, Madam Speaker, is a little late. Because, of course, what we know right now is that 88% of new cases, we have no idea where they came from. And even the Premier, early on in this pandemic, reveled in lecturing Albertans that the way to stop the pandemic was to test and to trace. To test and to trace, to test and to trace. That's what he said. He was quite enamored with that. But then we dropped the ball on tracing. And quite frankly, we're also not doing all the testing that we should be doing either. And so we are where we are. We don't know where 88% of the tests, where 88% of the cases came from, and we are no longer advising a great large number of people who we know have been exposed. All of this, of course, while holding on to the mythology of their broken app, which was the most... the members opposite love to honor the memory of former Premier Ralph Klein. And one thing I will say about former Premier Ralph Klein that he was an artist at was acknowledging when he was wrong, saying, oh, my bad, I'll do better next time. It's one of the things that made him so popular with Albertans. This Minister of Health has done the most ridiculous intellectual and honesty acrobatics that I have ever seen in this House in terms of refusing to acknowledge that that is one of the biggest boondoggles. And it wasn't a super expensive boondoggle. In the world of UCP boondoggles, this was relatively baby boondoggle as far as the cost. But as far as the implications to people's lives, it's actually one of the biggest boondoggles. And he won't admit it. And everyone knows it to be true. And it's why he is, I'm sure, the least respected health minister that the government of Alberta of any stripe has seen in probably 50 or 60 years. So we have that. Then we have the modeling. Again, other provinces are releasing modeling. Some of us over here who can do basic math knew that we were going to get to where we are now. The thing I don't know exactly is where we're going to be 2 months from now. But Albertans deserve to know. And this idea that no one's done modeling since May is balderdash, shall we say. It is unbelievable. It is not an acceptable presentation of information in this House, Madam Speaker. because it means one of two things. It means that it exists and they are simply not giving us the facts in this House, which is quite disrespectful to this House. Or it means they actively demanded that the modeling stop, which I think is negligent and are criminally negligent, to actually demand that health officials stop doing the modeling. Yeah, we know the modeling that the Premier did his TED Talk on back in April was wrong. That's not the Premier's fault. It also wasn't the public officials who developed that modeling's fault, because modeling gets better with more information. Guess what? In April, we had a month and a half experience with this virus. Now, we have 8 months experience. I have to do the math, but anyway, 7 or 8 months experience with this virus and evidence from all around the world. So you know what that means? It means the modeling gets better. And that means that the people of Alberta, a modern, progressive, forward-looking province where people still have an education, have every right to expect that their government is continuing to do the modeling, and they have every right to expect that the government is sharing this information with them, because it is an emergency. And when you have an emergency like this, Madam Speaker, you don't get lost in playing hide and seek. You simply speak honestly and openly to the people of the province that you have been elected to lead through a once-of-a-generation crisis. That's what you do. So we need that modeling, because we need to know what is the best move. What do we do next? How do we keep ourselves safe? How do we get this virus under control? How do we keep our economy safe? How do we support those small businesses that we all talk about? How do we keep our frontline workers safe? How do we keep the most medically fragile Albertans still able to access the care that they need in our, what was absolutely world-leading healthcare system? How do we do that? We can't know the answer to that if this Premier insists on hiding the modeling. So that needs to change. Now, as we go forward, as best practices are identified by the CMO and others, and as this cabinet even reluctantly agrees to offer up certain recommendations to people, the question becomes, how do we make sure that people follow it? We need to properly enforce the measures that are being recommended by the CMO. We have multiple tools for that enforcement. Way back in March, back in the day when we used to get briefings, because we did get briefings from this government for, I don't know, the first month or so, a little bit less. It wasn't super frequent. Just to remind you, Madam Speaker, you were here at the time when we were in government and there was the fire in Fort McMurray. We gave the opposition daily briefings, if that's what they wanted, with public officials. And that kept it going until people moved back to Fort McMurray. The same cannot be said for this government's handling of this emergency. But that being said, very early on, we did get a couple of briefings, and the member, our Labour critic, the member for Edmonton Mill Woods, asked at the time to the Labour Minister, you know what, a lot of the places within which you're going to have to keep people safe are also workplaces. You have health and safety laws. You have health and safety inspectors who understand the issue of prevention and safety. You already have them on staff. You should hire more, and then you should get those people out the door inspecting in order to make sure that people are following the rules. So it is a bit ridiculous that the CMO is asking the police to enforce public health bylaws when we have a government that has enforcement officers built into it who already have the expertise to investigate safety and prevention issues. The cities, some of the cities, have also been asking this government to re-deputize, if you will, the bylaw officers that they have, because they have people that are equipped to go into businesses and other places to assess whether they are following the rules. Those bylaw officers can do it, but they don't currently have the authority. So this is something that this government needs to be moving ahead on. Now, we talked a bit about masks. And I got to say, it is shocking. This province is the only province in the country where there is not a provincial mask mandate. What's the problem, folks? Like, seriously, the evidence is clear that masks help prevent the spread. I mean, I know you got your weird John Carpe doctor, but he has been discredited multiple times on multiple fronts. And I know you got your member from Lac St. Anne, and I'm sure you guys know well enough, this is probably not your go-to guy for your science information. So the fact of the matter is that 99.9% people know that masks help spread, or sorry, help stop the spread. Gosh, I'm starting to sound like Lac St. Anne myself. The masks help stop the spread of the virus. And that is why you see provinces across this country adopting province-wide mask mandates. But in this province, again, what are you folks scared of? Why is there not a mask mandate, at the very least, in those communities that have been identified as virus hotspots by the CMO? Why are there no mask mandates there? What is going on? It's overwhelming, and I listened to the health minister, go through his empty talking points, and it's so disheartening because it's so irrational, and it just makes one ask, what are you afraid of? We know that from Medicine Hat to Cold Lake, all across this province, there are jurisdictions that don't have mask bylaws yet, and that means there is greater spread there. It's that simple. So that needs to be changed, and I would urge the members opposite to get with the program that the rest of the country of Canada has already identified as probably a good idea. And I don't know if you think that somehow that's a declaration of failure, that you're going along with the rest of the country of Canada. But I mean, it's not like you're going along with the federal government. You're actually going along with other provinces, with other conservative leaders who have also made these decisions. So for the sake of Albertans in those communities that do not yet have mask mandates, I would urge you to get with the program on that one. I have two more things that I want to talk about very quickly here, is again, schools. Now, we have more than 300 schools with cases of COVID-19. And as I said before, today the CMO said that things have gotten so bad that not all close contact cases linked to schools will get a call notifying of their close proximity or their exposure to someone with COVID-19. Now, this is not news for any of us who've been following this issue, because I don't know about you, but I have been hearing from people for some time about the fact, I've been hearing from teachers about the fact that they'll get a call from a parent saying, I just got a positive test for my child, I'm really sorry, I just want to let you know. And then the schools, for the longest time, were waiting to be notified by AHS that they could actually implement exposure protocol, class exposure protocols. And this was happening a month ago, that they were waiting, and they were waiting days, so that was the first sign. So we in the opposition knew over a month ago that there was like an area in the coal mine. This contact tracing was in trouble. But in any event, notwithstanding the failures in contact tracing and the degree to which that led to people being in classes far too close together and all the other things, what we know now is that we have over 300 schools with cases of COVID-19. And the education minister, confidently assured us that it was only 0.5% of schools that were impacted. Oh no, you guys are, Chicken Little. It's only 1% of schools that are impacted. Oh no, you guys are just creating problems where don't exist. There's just now 2% of schools that are impacted. I don't know how many schools are impacted now.
In Edmonton, it's over 40%.
So now in Edmonton, over 40% of schools are impacted, and our confident education minister probably wants to rethink her Chicken Little routine a little bit, and maybe listen to people who apparently were better briefed than she was. But the other part of it, though, that is concerning, is that what we've been seeing just in the last month or so is that we're seeing more academic research come out saying that across, in different jurisdictions, there are studies that are now suggesting that, in fact, contrary to the assumptions that drove this government's extremely reckless and inadequate approach to children going back to school, that, in fact, children do get COVID-19 and children do spread COVID-19, and in fact, they may actually spread it more effectively or more, well, effectively is the, more efficiently, all those are sort of positive words, but whatever. They may spread it more than even adults. And so there's literature out there to suggest that that is the case. So that's the thing. So we previously, you know, we had assurances that, oh no, if we're getting cases in the school, it's just a reflection of what's going on in the community. So the way to keep our kids who are in the schools without masks jammed together like little sardines in sardine cans safe is for adults to, quote unquote, knock it off. Now it seems that perhaps the literature is suggesting that it's not quite so black and white, and that in fact perhaps the schools do actually play a role in enhancing the rate of spread. We don't know. All I'm saying here is that we don't know. There's literature to suggest both. So how does this government deal with it? Well, they send children back into schools with less money than they had the year before and less money than they had even before that. And so the schools are struggling, and then they tell them to implement a bunch of protocols without the resources to do it. And then, thank goodness, the federal government actually puts in some money. And I don't know if folks here would actually ever admit it, but I know that I've been to enough schools and had enough administrators and teachers and parents say, oh yeah, no, once the federal money got here, we noticed a difference. It made things a little bit easier. A couple extra people were hired here, this was done there, blah, 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 made a difference. Problem was it wasn't enough, because it was going into the black hole of need created by this government's systematic cuts in funding that they had introduced over the course of 2 years while pretending they hadn't. And so what it meant was that our schools were going in more vulnerable than pretty much any other schools in the country. So we put forward a plan to limit class sizes. We put forward a plan to keep children safe. And yeah, that plan came to almost $1 billion. And you know what, I'll tell you something. Think back now, $1.5 billion on Keystone may or may not continue construction 6 months from now. $6 billion loan guarantee may or may not become payable. We don't know. But $1 billion to keep our children safe and perhaps stop and prevent the very outbreak, which is the worst in the country throughout this whole province, the greatest number of cases, the most negligent management that we have seen anywhere in Canada. $1 billion to do that might actually have been a pretty good investment. Either way, what we know is that in jurisdictions where those kinds of initiatives were put in place, the spread was reduced, and schools did not become part of or associated at all with the kind of massive growth in cases that we are seeing in this province now. So with all this, the question then becomes, why? Why are these decisions, why have these decisions been made, and what is the barrier to making better decisions going forward? Well, I hope very much, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day there is no barrier to making better decisions going forward. I hope that with the dramatic increase in cases that we have seen over the last few days, I hope with the hundreds of doctors declaring that we are in very, very dangerous waters with respect to our healthcare system. I hope that with the modeling being done by other levels of government in this country to show how bad this is and where it's going. I hope that with the examples being set by other provinces that have managed to flatten their curves so that they don't look like the reckless bunch of cowboys that this government currently appear to be. I hope that with those examples, we will see this government, as a result of their deliberations tonight in Cabinet, that we will see them bring forward meaningful measures to protect the lives and livelihoods of Albertans. But I will say, I worry a bit. I've talked about this before, but we know that there are a few members of the UCP caucus who are a little bit wrapped up in denial, whether it be the member from Banff Kananaskis, who claimed that the worst of COVID is behind us, and who then, had every option to say, oh gosh, I wrote that in July, that was a mistake, my bad, but instead doubled down on it. So, okay, fine. The member for Lac St. Anne Parkland, who again called the masks virtue signaling and suggested that they actually drove the spread of the virus. The member for Central Peace Notley, complaining that kids washing their hands 14 times a day is unacceptable because it's just too much effort to stay protected from the virus. The member for Red Deer South saying, well, not a single school-aged child has died from COVID in Alberta, so this is excessive risk aversion, he said. Good Lord. Did anybody in that caucus talk to him after he said that? I hope so, because that is embarrassing. When it comes to keeping our children safe, I don't know that there is a thing that is real risk, that there's such a thing called excessive risk aversion, quite frankly. And knowing that they go home to mums and dads and aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters who may have medical issues or frailties, knowing that they are part of our community and that they can transmit the virus. There's no such thing as excessive risk aversion. There's simply responsible governance, for heaven's sakes. And that member should be apologizing. He should be apologizing to his caucus for the amount of embarrassment he causes them every day. And then he should turn around and he should apologize to this assembly for us having to listen to that ridiculousness. And then he should apologize, most importantly, to the Albertans that he is misleading. But the point is this. I worry. Those are 4 examples of people within that UCP caucus who clearly are not capable of grasping the severity of the situation that we are dealing with right now. And I very much hope that this UCP government and this absent premier will make choices that are better for the health and the safety, for the lives and the livelihood of Albertans going forward. We are going to be leading the country now for weeks to come, because it will take that long to stop this snowball, as the CMO described it today, and for it to roll itself out. It doesn't happen overnight. It's going to take time. We'll see cases continue to increase, but the point is that we want them to not increase as much or as quickly, and we want them finally to stop increasing, and then we want them to slowly come down, but it's going to take a while. But that has to happen, because if we continue at this rate for another week, another 2 weeks, our healthcare system will collapse. Our economy will be extremely damaged, and it will do so in a way that is far worse, far deeper, far longer than what shorter-term restrictions would create. So there's an opportunity now for this government to act, having seen the reality of what this virus can do if it is left unattended, unrestricted, unaddressed. That opportunity has now been revealed, and it is an emergency. Like, I swear to God, this is absolutely true. I was walking home on Thursday, and I was bundled up from head to toe. So, heaven forbid that anybody could actually tell who I was even. And I was walking across the street, and I look up, and there's this vehicle that is driven, and it has just stopped beside me, and I see they want to talk to me. They roll down their windows, and they just yell, "Are they ever going to do anything? What's going to get them to do anything? Yep. How can we get them to do something?" Yep. And that was just one person in that one time. I will tell you, that is what I hear from people. I've lost count the number of times I've heard that from people in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but it's getting more and more and more frequent. And I would urge members opposite, if you don't think that the reasons that I've outlined and the need to protect our children, to protect our neighbors, to protect our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, our loved ones who are medically fragile, to protect small business owners, to ensure that our economy suffers the least damage possible. If none of those things generate the level of activity that is required, consider asking the members of Executive Council to give you a real look at the polling right now. Because I will tell you that it's not looking good for any of you. And you've lost Albertans on this, and they are frustrated, and they believe that they don't have leadership. And they need their government to step up and do something very different from what they have been doing over the last few months. And it doesn't matter the pollster. They'll all tell you that. And I hope to goodness that you folks are getting that information from your leadership. Because at the end of the day, you need to know what Albertans are asking for and demanding. Not just a few, not just the, I know there's the base, and I know there's 10% or 15% that are very loud and perhaps very scary, I don't know. And perhaps people are concerned that they're going to start their own party. I don't know what the dynamic is, but I do know that they are the minority, and the vast majority of Albertans need a government that will step up and do its job. So I hope that is what we will see from this Premier and this Health Minister and other members of this government within the next 24 hours. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn debate.
Members, having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 36, Geothermal Resource Development Act, Honourable Mrs. Savage.
The Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to move on behalf of the Minister of Energy third reading on Bill 36, the Geothermal Resource Development Act. The passage of this bill will help facilitate the development of clean geothermal energy as part of the government's multi-pronged approach to diversifying our economy sector and growing our economy. Currently, Alberta Parks and regulates shallow geothermal development. However, there's no policy or legislative framework to regulate geothermal development below the base of groundwater protection. This legislation addresses that gap by creating the Geothermal Resource Development Act, which will provide rules and processes for industry, establish the framework and legislative authority around land use and liability management, and protect landowners and mineral rights owners. Modeled after the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, this bill will establish a regulatory regime administered by the Alberta Energy Regulator, or the AER, for the development of this low-emitting emerging resource. While this legislation is specific to geothermal resources, it is also aligned with the purpose and mandate associated with the management of Alberta's other energy resources. As such, a number of consequential amendments to several existing acts are also required, including to the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, Mines and Minerals Act, Oil and Gas Conservation Act, Pipeline Act, and Responsible Energy Development Act. Several companies have expressed an interest in deep geothermal, and these amendments will help facilitate the exploration of resource potential, especially in the west and central portions of this province. Repurposing of inactive oil and gas wells on sites, utilizing co-production with oil and gas to maximize the use of energy and reduce emissions, and providing electricity and heat to municipalities, industry, Indigenous communities, and remote areas of the province. This legislation will provide the AER with the regulatory authority to provide for the efficient, safe, orderly, and responsible development of Alberta's geothermal resources. Similar to oil and gas development, Alberta will uphold the polluter pay principle for geothermal development and allow the regulator to act and step in, if necessary, as well as recover associated costs in instances where it must take action. While we want to encourage development of this emerging resource, we are absolutely committed to ensuring it is done in the best interest of Albertans. To ensure that Albertans receive their fair share, these amendments establish the ability for the government and taxpayers to receive revenue from development, such as royalties, through future regulation. In addition to a new act, further amendments to regulations and the creation of new rules and directives will be required to implement a full regulatory framework. This bill provides the ability to ensure that the geothermal resource regulatory framework is robust and effective, and also flexible enough to address a changing and emerging sector as it evolves over time. Alberta's position as a world leader in drilling and developing our resources lends itself naturally to the development of geothermal energy, attracting new investment and creating jobs in the process. Now, Madam Speaker, the previous administration had 4 years to do something about geothermal, and they did nothing. I would invite them to right that wrong and support us in passing third reading of this important legislation. With that, Madam Speaker, I conclude my remarks.
Any members wishing to join debate on second reading on Bill 36, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, with 33, Bill.
One of them.
Sorry, my apologies. Third reading of Bill 36, which the Honourable Member for Edmonton West End knows about.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to speak to Bill 36, the Geothermal Resource Development Act. And while I've had the opportunity to propose an amendment on behalf of the member from Calgary Mountain View over the last week, this will be my first time having the opportunity to speak directly to the bill, and so I appreciate that. I think that there's a lot to be said, and I appreciate the comments coming from both the government side as well as my colleagues in the opposition regarding the need for developing a framework for the geothermal resource industry. It's incredibly timely, I suppose. Now, you know, we heard the minister, the Associate Minister of Natural Gas, speak about a multi-pronged approach, and unfortunately, you know, even before the pandemic, as we've said in the past, we have seen this government completely fail to create jobs in our province, with 50,000 jobs lost before the pandemic. And moving forward, we see hundreds of thousands of Albertans continue to be out of work, and a complete lack of any kind of action or direction from this government to put those people back to work, contrary to what their election platform was. And so while I appreciate we have this framework before us, and I think that in many ways the government has been working on this piece of legislation or the framework for this legislation for many years in the making, and so it's nice to finally see it come forward. But unfortunately, I share concerns, like many of my colleagues in the official opposition NDP caucus, that while it is a framework, by no means is it enough to get these companies off the ground and running. And we've raised this point, specifically the idea that programs that this UCP government axed when they came into power, when we talk about the Alberta Investor Tax Credit, was an opportunity for companies like those who will be affected by this legislation and be enabled by this legislation. Unfortunately, the decision of the UCP to get rid of that program is actually going to harm the very companies that they're trying to incentivize through this legislation. And once again, when we look at the idea that this government instead move forward with a $4.7 billion handout to the largest, most profitable corporations, and we've seen the result of that, you know, stock buybacks from these companies, using that money to transition out of our own backyard here in Alberta. Unfortunately, that is not the direction that we expect to see our money being spent and used for. And so while once again they axed programs, important tax credit programs and incentives that would support these businesses to create and you know, get new capital into our province, unfortunately, it's gone quite the opposite way. And so when we talk about what we see in this legislation, once again, the idea that we are creating a regulatory framework that has been in the process since 2017. Unfortunately, there is many holes in what we see before us and what is being proposed, primarily in the lack of a royalty regime, which is incredibly important as we talk about getting these companies off the ground and ensuring that Albertans are getting their fair share from these royalties. We've had this ongoing conversation in the oil and gas industry, and of course, over the last several years, that has become quite a complex conversation as the price of oil has been impacted so hard and has hurt our provincial budget. You know, being able to ensure that we are investing in education and healthcare and all the other important programs that Albertans so desperately need now more than ever. Energy royalties are incredibly important, and so we don't see that addressed in this legislation. You know, I appreciate that the previous ministers to speak addressed that this was lacking in the legislation and that they would participate in consultations to ensure that this is done properly in the regulations. But unfortunately, once again, when this government of all governments is doing these types of quote-unquote consultations, it often is happening behind closed doors. We've seen the surveys that they've put out are very one-sided, often leading them to the conclusions that they want to see. And so that does not bode well for Albertans who want to have their opinions heard. Secondly, in terms of actual proposals that our NDP opposition has put forward through our consultations with albertasfuture.ca, very proud of the work that the members on this side of the House have done through those consultations. The second proposal is that we are asking to build and promote local private markets for geothermal in Alberta. And so once again, while a framework is being proposed here, and it's important that we move forward on that, we must support the local private market to ensure that these companies and that these projects are viable for the future. Just like we did at the beginning and ongoing with the oil and gas industry, we must incentivize these types of natural resource developments here in our province. The third proposal, and once again, this government has done a complete 180 compared to what previous governments have done. Governments of all stripes, Conservative governments included, have worked hard to support their municipalities and the idea of community generation. And unfortunately, what we've seen from this government is actual conversations completely changing, even from when they were, putting forward ideas in their election platform around how we support municipalities. They said that they would do a better job than the NDP did in our 4 years, but unfortunately, it's been quite the opposite. We've seen money taken away from these municipalities for day-to-day operations, for important pieces like rural policing. I mean, the list is long, and I can't get into all of that here tonight, but unfortunately, more recently, we've heard that they would be considering changing the tax structure for energy projects that, or energy companies that often support their local municipalities. So once again, completely backwards, the ideas that this government is bringing forward and how to support municipalities across the province. And primarily, these are municipalities that are represented by the UCP members themselves. And so it's very hard for me to understand how private members in the UCP are willing to, once again, sit by while this premier attacks their municipalities, attacks the funding that is so vital and important to keeping those municipalities alive and running for the future. Once again, similar to the second point that I made, incentivizing geothermal innovation in Alberta, and when we look at the track record of this government in terms of supporting post-secondary institutions, I know that they are very worried, one, about the idea of performance-based funding coming forward, the government trying to choose based on whether it be highest-paying jobs coming out of the university or whatever other, arbitrary ideas that they put forward, which is an indicator for performance of a post-secondary institution. Students and faculty across the province are very worried about funding for themselves, whether that be in programs like geothermal or in more liberal arts programs, whatever it might be. But we need to ensure, as we are setting up our advanced education system, as we are setting up incentives through tax credits or other means, that we are ensuring that programs like the ones before us today are going to be accessible and able to continue in a productive and a successful way. So, needless to say, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of pieces that are missing from this legislation. And once again, while I appreciate the idea that this is a technology that, considering the other conversations we're having about abandoned wells in our province and the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars that have been abandoned across our province and have had negative effects on our municipalities across this province, we need to find solutions, and this is one of those solutions, as long as we are ensuring that there is further incentives to come along with this. And when we look at the record of this government, their total axing of energy efficiency programs and other funds that were often used to incentivize and create job opportunities in these emerging industries unfortunately, it doesn't seem that the government is too concerned about actually creating jobs. So, we can appreciate the framework is there, and maybe the next government will come along and actually create some jobs in this industry, but it doesn't seem like it will be happening under this government. So with that being said, I will give my other colleagues the opportunity to speak to this legislation. We'll hear some more conversations, I'm sure, and I look forward to making a final decision on this in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment. Seeing none, the Honourable Member for Drayton Valley, Devon, to add to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't take long in this House. I've had a chance to speak to this bill at this point, but I'm very grateful to be able to speak to this bill in third reading, the Geothermal Resource Development Act, Bill 36. Mr. Speaker, I can remember in 2015 I got elected and I was this social studies teacher that all of a sudden found himself sitting in an MLA's office and wondering, okay, what does this job really mean that I have to start doing? And one of the things that happened literally in the first couple of months that I was an MLA is I had a series of oil and gas companies come through my office. And they sat me down and I'd say, why is a president of, a large oil company coming into my office as an MLA in Drayton Valley? And I realize that Drayton Valley is a hub for oil and gas activity. We can't have lived in there for 30 years and not have realized that. And the importance of oil and gas. They sat me down and they said, Mark, we're very concerned. When we take a look at where we believe the NDP are going to go, when we take a look at what we think is going to happen in international markets, we have to do a risk analysis, they call it. Before we put money into a project, we have to do a risk analysis. And when we start looking at what we see coming down the pipe, we're telling you right now that we probably will not be investing into the oil and gas industry in the next 3 or 4 years. It doesn't take you long to figure out that if that's what they're telling you, that there are going to be jobs and there are going to be families and there are going to be livelihoods that are going to be affected by those kinds of decisions. Unfortunately, at the time, they talked about things that the government of the day was doing, appointing people that were against the oil industry to some very important committees and panels, passing things like carbon taxes, making it difficult, increasing corporate taxes. All of these things were a part of that risk analysis. It was because of that that I realized pretty early on in my career as an MLA that if I was going to help the people in my constituency, one of the things that I was going to have to do was to try to not only defend the oil and gas industry, but also look to diversify in my economy and in the economy of the constituency that I'm in. One of the companies that came across my plate in 2016, was a geothermal company. And as they began explaining their technology and as they began opening my eyes to the world of geothermal power, I became quite excited. Sometimes out there's a belief that, and I think it's a false dichotomy, by the way, that you can't be in favor of jobs and entrepreneurs and businesses working hard to create jobs and using the resources that have been given to us by God in this province and still be an environmentalist. And I've never understood that, what I think is a false dichotomy. It's got to be both and. We have a responsibility to take care of our environment, but we have a responsibility to ensure that the people of this province have the capacity to use their talents and their abilities to pursue wealth, to create wealth, to pursue jobs, and to create jobs for the citizens of this province. And so when I met with this geothermal company, I thought, wow, I think they've really got something here. They were talking about using abandoned or inactive wells. Well, that's got to be pretty responsible, I would think. That's a good business move as far as I could see, using the roads and the electricity and the infrastructure that's already there to repurpose these wells. Sounded like a good idea. It seemed to me that they used the same skill sets that we have in our oil and gas industry. That the truckers and the vac truck operators and the drillers and the people that would be capping and all, that's our oil industry. And if they couldn't, and if they weren't going to be drilling and pursuing and looking for oil and gas, then maybe we could put some of these people back to work looking for heat and looking for energy. And it soon came across to me that while we need to support our oil and gas industry, geothermal is only going to be a niche market. It's going to be, but it's a part of that puzzle that we could use to try to put Albertans back to work. I remember thinking that, well, geez, it's actually in the process of creating and generating wealth and creating a new industry and diversifying our energy economy. We would also, Mr. Speaker, be producing an energy that has literally almost no carbon. And that could actually work to Alberta's benefit as we look at the ESG that we have to try to create. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, this sounds like it's got enough boxes there that I'm prepared to pursue it. And I can remember actually trying to get the attention of the then government, the NDP government. I remember approaching the then Minister of Municipal Affairs, Shay Anderson, and saying, you know what, I think this is a good idea. It would seem to me that your government, which prides itself and says that they really want to pursue an environmental, that this would be right up your alley. And I'm not sure that this is really a partisan thing, because at the end of the day, what I see in this is jobs and wealth and a new industry for Alberta. And that's what I see as good, along with the environmental benefits that come with it. And I think that to his credit, he tried. And I'll be generous tonight to the former government, because I know that there are lots of things that come on your agenda. There's lots of people, and you're meeting with lots of individuals, and they all have good ideas, and they all want you to go down certain paths. And governments have to make decisions about what they're going to do and where they're going to put their efforts, and I understand that. And I always thought that it was a bit of a missed opportunity, quite honestly, for you, when you didn't pursue, to the degree that I thought you should have, the whole idea of geothermal energy. This bill and the regulations that are going to go with it gives us a start. It lays a foundation so that we can start to create an industry. Not that it's going to supplant oil and gas, but boy, I'll tell you, those drillers and those workers out in Drayton Valley and in Devon and in Breton and in Warburg and in Kalmar and in Thorsby, all those people that have made their living off of the oil and gas in this province and are struggling to do so right now, if they could drill for heat, they would be very happy. We have to do it in a way that makes economic sense. There's no doubt about it. And just like the oil sands up in Fort McMurray, when they first started to harvest that oil, they've had to work on making that more and more and more efficient. And I believe that as we've laid the legal and the regulatory foundation for this industry through this bill, that as we progress and as these companies drill and as they have projects and as they move forward, they will become more and more and more efficient, and they will become better and more economical every time they go to work. I know, Mr. Speaker, that there are projects that are just on the cusp of moving forward in the geothermal industry, and they couldn't have moved forward if we hadn't had this bill. And so I'm very pleased and very proud to think that my government would have the faith in the Alberta people that they would move forward with legislation like this that will allow our entrepreneurs in the geothermal industry to get to work. Yeah, we know that they're going to have to do a little bit more work and be creative, as entrepreneurs are, to make sure that the energy that they're producing from these geothermal wells is going to be competitive with the oil and the natural gas and the coal that we use to produce energy in Alberta? Well, sure. But you know, we're going to get there. We may even already be there. Because I know that there are projects coming forward where they are doing the groundwork right now. Mr. Speaker, one of the criticisms is that perhaps we haven't incented. Well, and this we make no apologies for on the Conservative side of the equation. While there may be a place for seed capital and for incenting to a certain degree for new industries, we also understand that we cannot create industries that will only sustain themselves on the backs of subsidies. A really good example of that is one that's right in my own constituency in Drayton Valley, where we had the Drayton Valley Power Company, and they were taking wood chips from the Weyerhaeuser mill, and they were using them to produce electricity in Drayton Valley. And the only reason they could make it work was because the government was prepared to give them a subsidy. And I think that subsidy lasted something like 10 or 15 years. And when the subsidy ended, so did the power company. So we have a responsibility when we diversify the economy and when we create the wealth and allow entrepreneurs to generate the wealth moving forward, that we ensure that these are industries and businesses that are not going to be dependent upon government largesse, but will be able to pursue the wealth and do business because it makes economic sense and it provides wealth and it is competitive with all of the other industries that are out there that they need to be able to compete with. And I believe that the geothermal industry is going to be able to do that. And so I'm quite prepared to live with this bill, which allows them to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and to pursue wealth and to pursue this new industry, because they will get there. Mr. Speaker, I know that the geothermal industry, many of the companies that I have spoken to, have met with the minister. I had a hard time getting before the minister when it was an NDP government and trying to get them to talk with the geothermal people. It was a shame. But I'm very happy that they've met. They've met with ministry officials. The Minister of Energy has allowed them to meet with the people that produce the regulations in this province. They've met with the ministerial officials that draw up these regulations. They've given them their advice, and they will continue to give them their advice. And we will continue to move forward on this. I'm very happy to be able to say that at some point in time when I look back, I'll be able to see drillers and servicemen and women that are not only drilling for oil, that are not only drilling for gas, but will also be drilling for heat energy in this province. And when they do, they'll be creating some of the most stable, baseload energy, non-carbon, that is going to be produced anywhere in the world. And we are the experts. And we will have an opportunity to export this around the world. And we will be able to help those third world countries. We will be able to help those countries that have a problem with their carbon. We'll be able to help countries like China. China that produces huge amounts of carbon and needs a clean source and an economic source of energy. We will be able to sell them not only our natural gas to India and to other Asian countries, we will be able to export and sell them our technology on geothermal energy. Yes, this, Mr. Speaker, is the gift that we can give to the world. This is the gift that will allow us to be able to not only create wealth for Albertans, not only allow us to use the God-given resources that we have, but will allow us to export it to the rest of the world. We are setting the foundation from this piece of legislation, and I thank the Minister of Energy and I thank this government for bringing forward this piece of legislation. I wish everyone in this House the opportunity to support it. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or a comment for the Honourable Member from Drayton Valley, Devon. Seeing none, are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and speak to third reading of Bill 36, the Geothermal Resource Development Act. Mr. Speaker, I know myself and many of my colleagues here have had many opportunities to speak to this bill, and I know I spoke to it at a couple of the other readings here as well. And Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate, I think that it's been a long time coming that to have a geothermal framework here in Alberta. To have a framework that actually enables the regulatory means for geothermal energy to come to Alberta is something that's been in the works for a long time. And indeed, as has been mentioned previously here, the NDP government, as recently as 2017, was working on a geothermal framework to support the geothermal and energy sectors. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note that because what we're seeing here is largely a continuation of that work. And Mr. Speaker, it's a continuation of that work that I'm glad to see moving forward, because I think that it's important we have the resources in place and the regulatory bodies in place to have these systems. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that the regulatory body the government is introducing and proposing is lacking in many ways. I think the bodies that the government is introducing lacks many important aspects, for example, on royalties, lacks many important aspects on systems that would actually benefit the geothermal industry. And Mr. Speaker, I think that's a little bit disappointing. It's a little bit disappointing because instead of focusing on actually creating a strategic investment in geothermal energy here in this province, instead of focusing on actually creating a framework that would actually help the industry and would actually help to offset some of those 50,000 jobs that were lost before the pandemic even began, Mr. Speaker, instead of actually trying to create this investment that we have for this resource here in this province, Mr. Speaker, the government instead chose to give $4.7 billion away in a corporate giveaway to already wealthy and already profitable corporations. So, Mr. Speaker, I would love to see more support for a geothermal industry that could reach its full potential here in this province. I would love to see concrete action that would have meaningful impacts on creating new jobs and developing diversified economies. And we know a diversified economy isn't just a luxury. Unlike what the finance minister said, unlike what this government believes, diversification is not a luxury. It's something that we need right now. It's something that we need to offset those 50,000 jobs that this government lost before this pandemic even began, and the job losses have continued to mount as the pandemic has moved on, Mr. Speaker, and has continued, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the government's economic strategy simply is not working. It's clear that the government's strategy on the economy, it's clear the government's strategy on jobs is not working. But instead of creating targeted investments, instead of creating incentives, instead of continuing to invest in programs such as the investor tax credit that we had brought in, that would have assisted companies like geothermal energy and other industries to invest in Alberta and to have those opportunities to grow, we see this government relying on this already failed $4.7 billion handout to already wealthy and profitable corporations. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's pretty disappointing. I think it's pretty disappointing because we had this opportunity with Bill 36. We had this opportunity to not only create the regulatory framework and not only create the systems that we need to have this industry and to grow this industry, but to also bring in incentives and targeted measures to have a real impact on jobs in the economy. And, Mr. Speaker, the government failed to do that. It's simply a recurring theme with the government in this case, that in Bill 36, just like in all the other initiatives, this government does not believe in actually supporting individual job creators, does not believe in actually supporting individual industries, and does not actually believe in investing in these industries, Mr. Speaker. And we know that in situations like this, we need real systems, right? We need real investment. We need real programs, and that's why companies were scrambling after this government canceled programs like the investor tax credit, like the innovation credits, and like the technology credits, Mr. Speaker. So when we're talking talking about programs that would actually spur innovation. We're talking about programs that would actually bring jobs across this province. And we're talking about programs that would actually have incentives to create new industries in Alberta and diversify our economy here. Again, this finance minister thinks diversification is a luxury. We here in this House, Mr. Speaker, we here at least in the opposition, know that simply is not true. Diversification is not a luxury. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister, I believe, is the worst finance minister in Alberta's history. And yet, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't believe in creating new jobs through diversification. That's one of the hallmarks of a bad finance ministry. That's one of the hallmarks of a bad government, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear that this government is not serious about creating jobs. It's very clear that this government is not serious about their platform commitments. They said they were about jobs, economy, and pipeline. And, Mr. Speaker, they're failing at all three. When we look at this bill, and we look at Bill 36, and we can see that this bill accomplishes none of those things, right? It doesn't help the economy. It doesn't help with jobs. And of course, in the industry, we know that these targeted investments are so important. It doesn't help with any of that either, Mr. Speaker. So really, it's really lackluster performance from this government. And even when in the parts they get somewhat right, in terms of creating the regulatory framework, in terms of creating the mechanisms that we need to have a strong geothermal policy in Alberta and to attract geothermal investment, energy investment into Alberta, we lack a number of aspects that I think are essential to a strong industry. We lack a real system in terms of a crown royalty system. We lack any appropriate dispute resolution mechanism for landowners. We lack a framework for liability management. Mr. Speaker, it's things that are very, very simple and very, very fundamental to how we regulate these bodies and how we regulate organizations that want to invest in Alberta and want to create new investment in Alberta. And Mr. Speaker, the government has completely, basically ignored and failed to account for these issues, despite calls from this opposition, despite if you go on Alberta's Future.ca, Mr. Speaker, you can see this opposition actually has a white paper on this, and we actually did bring in real policy proposals on how these initiatives could be implemented, how we could manage the regulatory regime, how we could manage the royalty regime, how we could manage the dispute resolution regime, and all of these types of policies were actually proposed by the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, instead of seeing any of that adopted, instead of seeing this government actually say, maybe we do need to have an enhanced framework that would give more robustness, I guess, to the system, Mr. Speaker. Instead, this government is barreling forward with their $4.7 billion corporate giveaway and this sort of lackluster framework. So, Mr. Speaker, it really goes to show that this government is not doing the work required, right? They're not actually serious about creating investment in this province. They're not actually serious about having the systems in place that would attract investment to this province. They're not actually serious about using it to create new jobs in this province or using it to create new investment in this province. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it appears they simply whipped this together, decided to roll it out, and once they had the bill written, they didn't want to go any further, right? And that's what's so disappointing, right? It's so disappointing because we know, and as the minister said, Mr. Speaker, it's a carbon copy of other frameworks we have in this province, right, already. It's basically a carbon copy of other frameworks we have in this province, and we know that the geothermal industry has some uniqueness to it, and it has some different needs to it, and we should have been able to try to address those in this bill. We should have been able to try to use those to create a system that would work and attract that investment that's so important here in Alberta, so especially right now, Mr. Speaker, because we know that at the beginning of this year, in the first quarter update, before the pandemic even began, Mr. Speaker, and I know it feels like it was a very long time ago that the pandemic began, and I know for many of us in this place, including myself, sometimes it feels like it's been years and years and years, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's only been a few months, right? It's only been a matter of months since the pandemic began. And before this pandemic began, this government already lost 50,000 jobs. Right? And that was before any of the global economic recession had happened. So when we're looking at it in that framework, when we're looking at it in the framework of how poorly really Alberta's worst finance minister ever, the current finance minister, has been able to manage the economy, when we're looking at that, and now we look at this bill coming in, you would think that the finance minister would have, or the jobs minister, or the premier would have actual policies in place that say, not only are we creating this regulatory framework, not only are we bringing in a system for geothermal to operate, we should also make sure that we're bringing in targeted incentives for geothermal. We should also make sure we're bringing in targeted programs for geothermal that would allow us to attract and offset some of those 50,000 jobs that this finance minister, this government lost. right, that this government has failed to account for, Mr. Speaker. Because really, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about what the government was committing to in their platform, when we're talking about what this government was elected on, they were elected on jobs, economy, and pipeline. And again, Mr. Speaker, they're failing on all those counts. They're relying on their $4.7 billion corporate giveaway to already wealthy and already profitable corporations, and they're doing the same thing here with geothermal. Instead of bringing in actual incentives, instead of bringing in actual programs to try and attract geothermal investment here to Alberta, they're relying on their $4.7 billion giveaway to profitable and wealthy corporations. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that's not going to work. Why specifically in Bill 36 in geothermal energy do we know what that's not going to work? Because, Mr. Speaker, a lot of these very capital heavy investments that are required to be made in geothermal, and of course we can argue about how many of this can be retooled or reused from other industries that we already have, and then how we can accommodate using existing infrastructure to work with geothermal, and that's all very legitimate, Mr. Speaker, but the fact remains, no matter how you factor that in, there's still going to be substantial capital investment required to develop geothermal resources here in this profit. It means that for quite a long time, there won't be any real profits, right? There won't be any profits. And as everybody in this House knows, Mr. Speaker, the corporate giveaway, the $4.7 billion corporate giveaway that's been giving away to profitable, wealthy corporations, companies that have taken the money, laid off Alberta workers, and ran, Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at that program, even if we bought the idea that the government says it can create jobs, even if we bought that idea, we know it's not true. We know that it's actually resulted in companies like Suncor laying off thousands of workers in Calgary and across this province, Mr. Speaker. Even if we bought that, we know that here in the geothermal industry that it would have no effect on attracting investment. And why is that? It's because these companies are going to be unable to generate the profits required to start paying into the corporate tax rates like that. Because at the beginning of the creation of this industry, when companies are first investing in geothermal, when we're first creating new sites for geothermal, new infrastructure projects for geothermal, Mr. Speaker, it's very capital intensive, right? It's very capital intensive, and that means, Mr. Speaker, that in the first few years there's going to be quite significant write-downs in terms of that capital, and they won't be paying those rates. They won't be benefiting from the $4.7 billion giveaway to profitable wealthy corporations because they won't be profitable wealthy corporations, Mr. Speaker. So instead of actually having a program that attracts investment, the government continues to tout this program that instead drives away investment, that actually resulted in further layoffs in Calgary primarily, but across this province, of course. Thousands of workers lost their jobs after this government implemented their $4.7 billion giveaway, after Alberta's worst finance minister implemented this disastrous plan for the economy, Mr. Speaker. And instead of that actually working, what we're now seeing is the government doubling down on that in a sector that simply cannot economically see the benefits from it. Right? We know that, and Mr. Speaker, it's a simple matter of dollars and cents. We can all do the math here, Mr. Speaker, and we know that in these types of investments, in these types of projects, that it simply does not add up, and we know that it will not attract investment in the way the government is purporting it will. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at Bill 36, when we look at the geothermal industry, when we look at this act, the Geothermal Resource Development Act, when we look at all of these things combined, what it leads us to determine is that this government has sort of put together a lackluster regulatory framework, which, I mean, of course, I'm glad that there is a regulatory framework coming forward. I mean, of course, our government, the NDP government, formerly in 2017, was working on a framework of this sort, Mr. Speaker, so I'm glad that work was continued, but it's clear that it's not enough. It's clear that this government is not doing enough. It's clear that this government is not actually creating the regulatory framework that we need. It's missing several key components. It's missing several key protections for landowners. It's missing several key components for royalty, in terms of the royalty spectrum system, Mr. Speaker. It's missing several key components in terms of liability management. It's missing substantial portions of aspects that I think that this government needs to address before we go barreling full steam ahead, because I think there's going to be significant concerns from landowners. There's going to be significant concerns from liability bodies. There's going to be significant concerns in terms of what does this mean for royalties, Mr. Speaker. So when we look at these systems, and we look at the way they were designed, it looks like this government has sort of whipped this together, hasn't actually considered the implications, and then on top of that, hasn't actually considered how it's going to create jobs. We heard the member for, I believe it was Drumheller Statler, we heard the Associate Minister of Natural Gas get up in this place, Mr. Speaker, and we've heard multiple ministers and government members get up in this place and speak to how it's going to create all these new jobs and create all this new investment and create all this new industry across the province. And Mr. Speaker, the key thing that's missing and the key component that the government has not spoken to is how, right? How is this actually going to attract investment? And that's, Mr. Speaker, I believe, in my opinion, it's because this government does not have an actual plan to attract investment for this, right? They are depending on the $4.7 billion giveaway to profitable and wealthy corporations. They're depending on the giveaway that caused 50,000 jobs to be lost before the pandemic even began. They're depending on this really sort of desperate play, Mr. Speaker, that is extremely disappointing, and it is what of course, Alberta's worst finance minister brought in. And Mr. Speaker, I believe it's not going to result in investment in Alberta. It's not going to result in new jobs. It's not going to offset the losses that happened this year. Thank you.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A, should anyone choose? Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question or ask the Honourable the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity to close debate. The Honourable Associate Minister has waived. The Honourable the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity has moved third reading of Bill 36, Geothermal Resource Development Act. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 36, Geothermal Resource Development Act, has now been read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 No. 2, adjourned debate. Mr. Scow.
The honourable members, we are debating second reading Bill 46, Health Statute Amendment Act. The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika has 14 minutes remaining should he choose to use it. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? I see the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To clarify, my memory escapes me. Bill, at second reading is 15 or 20 minutes?
It's 15.
15.
5 minutes of question and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity for the first time for me as the official opposition critic for health to rise and speak to Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Now, this, like many of the pieces of health legislation that have come forward from this government, is an omnibus bill. There are large pieces of it which are largely innocuous, but there are certainly some parts of it which are concerning. And so I think for the sake of the interest of the Assembly, I will forego speaking about the innocuous bits and talk about some of the more interesting pieces. This is the second bill on which I had the opportunity to have an actual briefing from this government. The first, as I recall, was Bill 10 back this spring. And I recall the interesting manner in which that briefing took place with some of the questions that we asked and the information which had to be dragged out, shall we say. But certainly we know where Bill 10 went, that bill which was adding some sweeping power being seized by the Minister of Health through that bill for himself. Now, on the briefing on this bill, went in a bit of a similar nature. Certainly when we got to the sections of this bill which are amending the Health Information Act, of course, one of the first questions we would ask on any piece of legislation which creates sweeping changes to a piece of legislation which is protecting Alberta's very important health information, people's private health records, is have you consulted with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, who of course is responsible for overseeing and enforcing privacy legislation in the province of Alberta. And I was told by the health officials on that call that indeed they had, that since 2012 they had been having discussions with Commissioner Clayton's office, and had been talking with her and her staff about all of the changes that were brought forward. And we asked, did they object to any? And she said, well, no, they were generally largely in agreement with pretty much everything we brought forward. I said, okay, and we talked about a few other things, and we went on to another part of the bill, and as we were talking about that other part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, I happened to glance over at my other computer screen and see a tweet. And it was a tweet from the Information and Privacy Commissioner's office expressing her deep disappointment that she had not been consulted on this bill. So when I had the opportunity, I went back to those officials and said, if we could for a moment just go back to that section about the Health Information Act, could you reconcile for me your comments that you had indeed consulted with the Commissioner's office, with the Commissioner, and that there had been no real objections with this bill, with the fact that she just told the Alberta public that she had received no consultation on this bill. At which point, one of the many issues managers for this government spoke up and said, I believe they answered that question earlier. And I asked directly, I said, so are you telling me you are forbidding the officials from answering this question? And one of the officials began to speak and was cut off by the issues manager, again saying, no, I think I'm not telling them they can't answer this, but I think they answered this question earlier. And mysteriously then these government officials had nothing left to say. So we have seen since, despite the protestations of this Minister of Health, that the Information and Privacy Commissioner has been quite clear she was not consulted on this bill. So we have a piece of legislation which is again taking sweeping new power for the Minister of Health. Power to determine, that puts in his hands directly the power to decide who has access to individual Albertans' personal health information, taking that away from the independent oversight of Alberta Health Services, public servants, and putting it in the hands of the minister to determine where that will go. Such a significant shift, and he did not consult with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, the guardian of Albertans' privacy. So this is deeply concerning, Mr. Speaker. It does not bode well for this government that they could not even be bothered to do that basic due diligence. One has to ask then, Mr. Speaker, what is it that this government is trying to hide? Well, thankfully, the Information and Privacy Commissioner immediately undertook a review of the legislation, and she has published, as of November 13th, her letter to the Minister of Health, expressing a number of concerns with the changes this government wants to push through to the Health Information Act. Now, she does note that there are some pieces of this legislation that she does not, in fact, object to. Indeed, she notes that there are some pieces of this legislation that are, in fact, doing some good things. Mr. Speaker, one quote. Oops. Pay attention to where the microphones are. One quote that she has about the pieces which she does not agree with. While many jurisdictions around the world are introducing new or enhanced privacy laws to build public trust and ensure accountability mechanisms are in place to protect personal or health information, many of the proposed amendments to the Health Information Act are heading in the other direction. So let me just be clear, Mr. Speaker, what she is saying here. She is saying there are many jurisdictions around the world which are improving privacy, which are enacting stricter legislation, which are doing more in our digital age, where information has become a crucial and valuable commodity. There are many jurisdictions in the world which are improving legislation to better protect their citizens. And with many of these amendments, she says the minister is going in the opposite direction. That is to say, undermining protection for Albertans' privacy, undermining protections and jeopardizing the protection of their private health information. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is particularly shocking for a conservative government, which says they are about protecting the freedoms and the rights of individuals. Conservative governments which believe that governments should have less power. Conservatives who believe that individuals should have rights to determine what happens to the things that belong to them. Again, this government is going in the opposite direction. They are determining that they should have more power. They, indeed, through a single individual, the Minister of Health, should have the power to determine who has the right to access Albertans' private health information. Without accountability, Mr. Speaker, now the Information and Privacy Commissioner lays out a number of areas where she is concerned about this government's direction. And let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, this government is not one that has given Albertans any reason to provide them with any benefit of the doubt, with any trust. And what we have from the Commissioner, first of all, she lays out her concern that this legislation grants out of province or potentially out of country full access to patients' electronic health records through Netcare. Now, this government, when you ask them about it, will talk at great length about the city of Lloydminster. And indeed, we recognize that in that particular city, they have a particular challenge in that they straddle the border of Alberta and Saskatchewan. So we have legislation in the province which specifically provides exemptions for the city of Lloydminster, recognizing its unique thing. And it would be a very simple thing in this bill. Indeed, if this government wanted to reassure, and let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, there are probably a number of constituents and supporters of this government who would very much like to be reassured about what this government is doing with their private health information, much as there were hundreds of them that wrote to their UCP MLAs about what this government was doing in Bill 10. It would be a very simple thing for this government to provide that reassurance and to protect against any improper use by simply naming Lloydminster in the legislation and making it clear that this exception existed for that purpose. They did not do that, Mr. Speaker. And if you ask them that question, they will not tell you why, and that is because their intent was not doing this simply for the good people of Lloydminster and their health professionals. They intend to open this up so that anyone whom they sign a contract with and whom the minister deigns, should he decide should have access, will be able to access Albertans' health information, perhaps so that they can contract with more health service providers from outside of Alberta, such as perhaps the physicians which work on the TELUS Babylon app, who are not required to be located in Alberta, simply to be licensed in Alberta. Who knows what other health services they are intending to contract out to other Canadian or American companies. We certainly know the radiologist contract, which this government decided it would tear up prematurely after they'd gotten the signed check on the rebate on radiologist fees, I might add. But that aside, this legislation empowers them to give anyone they contract with within Alberta, outside of Canada, access to Albertans' health information. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. If there is a breach of information, if one of those organizations from outside the bounds of Alberta breaks privacy law, misuses and improperly accesses an Albertan's private information, there will be no recourse for that Albertan. The Information and Privacy Commissioner would not have jurisdiction to investigate that breach. They would not have jurisdiction to prosecute that breach. This government is telling Albertans that in the future, after they have passed this legislation, should they do so, should that happen, should this legislation go through this assembly, that if their information is compromised by someone outside of Alberta, well, too bad for you. I hope you got the bank account to go and take that company to court on your own. Because we are not providing that protection for you here in the province of Alberta. Now, I'm sure if the minister had actually taken the time to sit down and talk with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, she could have flagged that issue for him. Or perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the minister is simply well aware and wasn't terribly interested in having that conversation. That's certainly what we have seen from this government on so many issues when it comes to anything that is controversial. And certainly over the last few weeks, what we have seen in the respect to this government's response to COVID-19, that certainly duck and hide seems to be the way they prefer to go, rather than actually confront and be accountable for difficult decisions. Now, I'm looking forward to much debate on this bill, Mr. Speaker, because this is just one issue. And this in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, is a sizable issue from a government that has demonstrated that it intends to contract out a ever-widening array of public health services to private contractors. And certainly, I'm sure, is not going to be hesitating to go beyond the borders of Alberta to do so. But there are many, many more issues here laid out by the Information and Privacy Commission, who, again, let's be clear, is 100% clear that she was not consulted on this legislation. Now, I understand that private members on the government side want to support their minister and their caucus, but let me tell you, to them, through you, Mr. Speaker, this is one where they should be on the side of their constituents before their government.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on 29-2A. I always find it incredibly compelling to listen to my colleague, the member from Edmonton City Centre, because he speaks with such conviction and knowledge. And of course, not only as the official opposition critic for health, in which he has done an astounding job of holding this government and the Minister of Health in particular to account for the series of disastrous decisions that this government has made with respect to health care and the continual undermining of our strong healthcare system and those healthcare workers who provide it, which would be shocking, Mr. Speaker, at the best of times, but particularly shocking given that the strength of our healthcare system and those workers who are working tirelessly day and night in extreme conditions, under extreme fatigue, with no help in sight, with the situation continuing to get worse under COVID. The member from Edmonton City Centre has continually stood up not only for those healthcare workers in our healthcare system, and now he's strongly advocating for the protection of Albertans' rights to our health information, which affects all of us, because certainly anybody in this province who has visited a doctor, has gone to a hospital, has gone to a primary care network, has any interaction with our healthcare system, which frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think was pretty much, I can say with a great deal of certainty, every Albertan. This is their health information. So once again, we see the member from Edmonton City Centre standing up for Albertans and the protection of their most private, their most personal health information. And certainly, I think, particularly with the member's experience now as official opposition critic for health, but also as a member of the NDP government, certainly he's seen many pieces of legislation come through this assembly, both either presenting it as part of government, but also now responding to it in opposition. And we know that consultation is key. And consultation is key for a lot of reasons, of course, because you want the best legislation you can possibly get to address the public policy issue you're meaning to intend by the legislation. But it's also key for trust. It's also also key for building that trust with Albertans that their voice is being heard. And we have no better expert, I must say, Mr. Speaker, in this province on the protection of personal and private information and health information than our Information and Privacy Commissioner. And that is her sole purview, her sole role. She's been in that role for many years, and certainly is probably the first expert you would go to ask for insight. Perhaps not the only, of course. We think when we're consulting, we do need to consult broadly, and of course when we're talking about the impact on individual Albertans, it is about their health information, their voice should be heard, but certainly one of the first things you would do if you're in government and you're going to be changing something so significantly as Bill 46 changes access and protection of privacy around health information, the first step should be to go to the Information and Privacy Commissioner to get her expertise and her input on that. And so I'm wondering if the member from Edmonton City Centre can comment a little bit more on that issue about the failure to consult with the key expert in this area in our province, and what that says to Albertans about what the intentions might be behind this legislation and how that may undermine their trust. Because I think that is something that this government has proven time and time again, is that they do not have the trust of Albertans because they keep breaking it over and over again. So I appreciate the comments from the member from Edmonton City Centre on that issue.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre has a minute and a half remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, what we have seen from this government is an incredible level of arrogance, particularly in the changes it wishes to make to the healthcare system in the province of Alberta. It's quite clear that this is a government that decides its direction, it decides what it wants to do, and then moves forward with that, and it may choose to speak to one or two people after, but generally they are not fans of listening to actual experts, actual people who work on the front lines, people who actually have the working knowledge of the pieces of which they choose to tamper. We've seen that in their war with physicians. We've seen that in their refusal to listen to the actual health experts on COVID-19, which brings us to the position we are in today, where we are leading Canada in new cases. And indeed, we see that here, where they have chosen to simply ignore the Information Privacy Commissioner. To, after the fact, after they have misinformed Albertans about whether that consultation happened, to maybe start a dialogue about how we can maybe have some better communication in the future. Albertans are watching, and they're not fooled, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate today? The honourable member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you to my enthusiastic colleagues and to you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me as we debate, I just want to make sure I get the title right, Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. And I have to say, as we stand here in the what is clearly the second wave of a global pandemic, I'm thinking that is absolutely appropriate for us to be considering health legislation. Health legislation that would enable appropriate staffing in long-term care, ensuring that there is no need for staff to work at multiple facilities and therefore increase the risk of spread of COVID-19, might be a good topic for health legislation at this time. Or health legislation as it relates to the working conditions of folks who are in high risk environments that absolutely are continuing to operate and only very briefly took a break when outbreaks were so significant and fatalities were the consequence, specifically at meatpacking plants in Alberta. Or maybe health legislation as it pertains to ensuring that all Albertans get access to medically necessary services, including those that are often difficult to access in rural and remote communities. Or healthcare legislation to ensure that the staff who are working on the front lines who've been promised a pay top-up, that seems to be perpetually delayed by this government, and they'll come up with different reasons on different days. But, you know, They will stand in this place and talk about healthcare heroes, but when they have a chance to bring forward legislation to make their lives better, that's not what we're here to consider at this time. I think most people would expect that if their legislators are meeting in the middle of a severe global pandemic, one that where we are continuing to see the numbers here in Alberta grow. Today they didn't grow. Today they maintained at extremely high rates of more than 1,500 transmissions, where the Chief Medical Officer of Health in the daily update talked about a snowball rolling downhill, and the fact that visual, right, of a snowball going downhill, we've all done it. We've made snowmen. You start with a tiny ball, and when you start rolling it really fast, it becomes enormous. And she made it very clear today that that is the trajectory we are on. We have a snowball. It is not small anymore. We're going downhill. And the other thing about things when they go downhill and gravity, force equals mass times acceleration, the faster they go, the bigger they are, the faster they go, right? The mass and the rate of gravity means that it goes even faster. So it gets bigger and it gets faster, and that is the trajectory that we're headed in. So when we're considering health statutes, Amendment Act, I certainly would have expected that the government would be focusing on the COVID response in terms of health statute amendments. But instead, we're here debating a bill that the government essentially says is to address challenges in Lloydminster. But when it comes to the 4 pieces of legislation, the City of Lloydminster Act certainly isn't what's being amended here. There are 4 other pieces of legislation. There are significant concerns around information privacy. I want to thank the official opposition critic, my friend and colleague from Edmonton City Centre, for highlighting many of those, and specifically the pieces as they relate to the independent officer of the legislature, Jill Clayton, and the concerns that she's already voiced publicly. And I can't help but think a little bit of deja vu to where we were in this place in the first wave of the pandemic, right? Where the first wave of the pandemic came in and the government said, you got to rush this bill through. It's really important that we change a number of health measures and that we rush very quickly. And it needs to be passed immediately. And we asked a bunch of questions about, hey, personal information, privacy. Don't you think this is a draconian? Don't you think it's an overreach? Don't you think that the potential to compel things when we've often talked about individual autonomy in this place? Don't you think that these amendments you're proposing in what was Bill 10 of this exact same sitting of the legislature, it was just happened to be in the spring, not the fall? Don't you think these are too far? And the government said, no, trust us, we need to move forward full speed ahead. And it got voted through very quickly by the government. And then a few months later, a committee had to be struck and a whole bunch of work needed to be done to rein it back in. And the committee heard a bunch of testimony that said this is way too overreaching. People from a number of organizations reached out from what people would say are both ends of the political spectrum to speak to the far overreach that the government exercised in Bill 10. The government at that time defended all of the changes, that they weren't going to recommend that they be reconsidered. And then a few days later, after the committee made its decision on those items, the government, the minister, said, oh, actually, we changed our mind. We're gonna repeal some of those. And now here we are, being told, trust us, this is really important. We need to move this very quickly. Don't worry, it's about Lloydminster. Don't worry about all of the other privacy concerns that you have. This is about one specific city that has jurisdictional challenges because long-term care is on one side of town and the hospital is on the other side of town. And we just need to make sure that we have proper information flow. That's why the minister needs to be the one who has the determination of access and sharing of information. Well, fool me once, Mr. Speaker, and I'm imagining this is how many government caucus members are feeling right now, because they're the ones who have to sit on the committees. Now, mind you, many, get per diems and come in from out of town. That's why you get per diems and why you get travel allowances. But I don't think that private members in government ran for office so that they could rubber stamp bills that are coming to this place that have already had significant concern questioned about them, then go to the committee and have to defend the minister and the overreach, and then later have the minister be the hero who repeals a number of the conditions. I highly doubt that that's the most important thing for people to spend their time on. I know when I heard the member from Devon talking about being in his constituency office and meeting with folks who cared about geothermal and trying to move some of those issues forward, I imagine he would rather spend his time working on issues that matter to his local constituents in a positive way than having to come to committee and try to undo some of the damage. So here we are in second reading still for this bill. And we've already had the independent officer of the ledge, who's most directly connected to this legislature, say, please pause, please stop, please reconsider, please look at some of the concerns that I've outlined, and please take the time to actually do your homework before you rush forward with this legislation. So I truly, truly hope that the government heeds that warning from the independent officer of the legislature, Ms. Clayton, because I think that it would benefit all of us to pause, to slow down, and to take that into consideration when it definitely, the intent of the minister was specifically around Lloydminster, as has been articulated in this place, and the concerns are with regard to all Albertans, as being articulated by the Information and Privacy Commissioner. So we have a chance here to consider what has been said and to respond in a fair and reasoned way that shows that we've learned from the mistakes of the spring. That is the number one message I want to leave folks with. And if they don't want to do it tonight, they can do it another night, but there will be opportunities for us to pause and to reconsider the overreaching parts of this bill that have already been highlighted by the Information and Privacy Commissioner. One of the questions I'd like to hear a response from a member of the government is why the decision is being made that the government would eliminate the requirement for performing privacy impact assessments in many circumstances. I know that in my time working with health officials and learning more about some of the breaches around privacy information, there are circumstances where, for example, staff will access information, and there are serious consequences when there's an impact assessment done around what led to that breach of privacy for that patient, because of course, when we see somebody in the hallway at a hospital, we might be intrigued, or if we get negative health advice about ourselves, we might want to pursue the root of that. But it's so important that each individual member of our society, that they have what I would say is autonomy over their own health decisions, but also their own health information. We've made a few very specific exceptions for primarily youth and primarily situations where children's health and well-being is at serious risk. Information sharing between law enforcement, for example, and health officials. But it is supposed to be the exception that somebody's personal decisions around their own personal information be shared with somebody else. That's supposed to be an incredibly rare exception, not something that we are creating such space for in this bill to create a lot of potential risk and rift between one's own health information, which should be private, and others being able to access it. And namely, there is the proposal that we're here to consider is around the minister having the right to access information. And I know the minister has said, don't worry, I'm not going to abuse this power. But I think that there are many times where this minister has shown not excellent judgment, and perhaps upon a sober second thought, may have acted differently. I certainly hope so. For example, demanding of AHS to get personal phone numbers for people who are upset with you is an overreach and an infringement on privacy information. And some might say, well, AHS shouldn't have done it. Like, as much as I like to think of agencies, boards, and commissions as being completely independent, we all know they're not. We all know that there is a relationship between the minister, who the buck stops with, and the primary service delivery for acute care services in our province, AHS, and long-term care services as well. So when the minister says, I need that phone number for that person who was upset with me, it is no wonder that the folks who are in a relationship, a reporting structure relationship between the minister, the board, the CEO, who's employed by the board, vice presidents, and down in the organizational chart to communications officers, I need the phone number for that person who was mad at me in that hospital. The minister should have known better. The minister should have paused, should have taken due consideration, and should have thought, you know what, maybe I can send an email to AHS and they can forward it on to that person, and then that person can reach out to me. That's what would be the appropriate thing to do in that situation. Draft the email, send it to somebody, say, I'd really like this to be passed on to that person who is mad at me in the hallway, so I can set up a time to have a conversation with them. Not calling them on their personal cell phone at night, to which the physicians in question here said they felt incredibly intimidated. They felt like they were being targeted. They felt very concerned about how that information was acquired. And the minister's response wasn't to say, you know what, fair, sober second thought, I wouldn't have called them directly. Fair point, glad to know that that's how they felt, and I'll take that upon reflection as I do my job moving forward. No, the minister said, it's AHS's fault. Yeah, like it's AHS's fault. Give me a break. When the minister asks somebody who is in a reporting relationship to the minister for something, the folks in the public service, the folks in our agencies, boards, and commissions feel a direct sense of obligation to meet the request that was issued. So when I think about that specific instance, or perhaps others, where the minister saw something he didn't like on the internet and drove over to somebody's house and began yelling at somebody, and before that had an encounter with their child, like, I have deep concerns about the ability of this minister, and nor should I have the risk that any minister be in a position where they have access to such significant information. But this is the minister we're dealing with today. But even if it was you, Mr. Speaker, or any member of this assembly who was eventually the Minister of Health, I think this is an overreach. I think it's wrong, and I think we should listen to the advice of the Information and Privacy Commissioner.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday has a question or a comment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in response to the previous member's comments around Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, and of course, I've had the opportunity to speak to this piece of legislation a few times and raise some of my concerns, many of them revolving around the exact same issues that the member from Edmonton Glenora has put forward, and specifically the idea of, when we are talking about making changes to the ability of organizations outside of our province potentially gaining access to pieces of information of citizens of our province, very sensitive information around healthcare records, really based on the history of this health minister, how can we trust that what we see in this legislation is the best thing for all Albertans? And, to that same point, we saw the letter come forward from the Information and Privacy Commissioner's office, very concerned about what has been proposed through this legislation. And being in the middle of a in a health pandemic, we should be taking extra precautions to make sure that we are doing the best that we can with the health system in our province, and that includes protecting the privacy, the personal information of Albertans in our healthcare system. And so, when we hear very real examples of what I would say is abuse by the minister, using private citizens' information to what those members felt was intimidation, to do that to such people based on differing opinions or the minister not believing that a physician should be saying something. For whatever reason, it is completely wrong. And so a question I would have is, if an outside organization, if an organization outside of our own province were to take somebody's private information, as the health minister did, and do exactly what the health minister did in that situation, would that be grounds of having a law broken? I would be very interested to hear that. And of course, the other point that has been made quite clearly is that if there is instances of this legislation and the law being broken based on what we see before us, and it's outside of Alberta, that once again we have no means to actually hold those organizations accountable. And so, once again, when we look at the concerns that the Information and Privacy Commissioner raised as soon as they saw this legislation, and of course they made those concerns public, which might not always be the case. I think that sometimes there might be other routes, but it was quite clear that the Commissioner's office felt that there was such big concerns to the privacy of Albertans that they were obligated to make those concerns public. And what we saw from that, among many other things, as the previous member from Edmonton, Glenora, talked about, the termination of information manager agreements and information exchange protocols. Of course, having to change very important pieces of the system, because without doing that, the minister would have not have been able to make the changes that they wanted to. And so, in itself, the minister is weakening the legislation and the privacy of Albertans simply to have more control over the healthcare system within his own office. And that in itself is very concerning. I mean, the commissioner went on that same point to say that they are not certain of the long-term benefits of this significant transition in responsibility for the management and operation of Netcare. It is very clear that this legislation should not be passed by any means. It's frustrating for me that once again we are debating it at 10:10 in the evening. It has not by any means had the opportunity for ample conversation, and unfortunately, because of all the other things that are going on, very important things around the pandemic and the lack of response from the leadership of this UCP government, unfortunately, I do not believe that Albertans have had ample opportunity to really understand how this is going to affect the protection or lack of protection of their own privacy. And so, we hear members of the opposition go on at length about the lack of consultation, even with the very important roles that we have within our own system, being the Information and Privacy Commissioner's office. A complete lack of any consultation there, and it's quite clear that this legislation should not go forward. Thank you.
That concludes the time allotted for 29-2A. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Well, 10:10, yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join debate on second reading for Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2. The number one is, if people recall, was before previous session, and the privatization of the healthcare system was primarily the subject of that earlier bill before us, and something that this side vigorously disagreed with and debated against. And here we are again, Mr. Speaker, taking an opposite position to the government with regard to the Health Statutes Amendment Act. We, of course, won't support anything that weakens the privacy rights of Albertans, and that's not just this side saying that, Mr. Speaker. It, of course, is our Information and Privacy Commissioner and independent officer of this legislature echoing those same views. And I'll get more into that shortly, Mr. Speaker. But I did want to say that obviously this omnibus bill amends 4 pieces of legislation and repeals 1, as we all know. It's particularly concerning, as I said, with regard to the rules governing the use of Alberta's health information. And with that, Mr. Speaker, that piece said, that's what I will be spending the bulk of my time on, as I said. It also, the second, third, and fourth pieces of legislation in this act include the Health Professions Act, and that will legally require the bodies out there to be separated from the regulatory colleges, to be separated from the professional associations, and I know a little bit about that with regard to the Alberta College of Social Workers that still are in the position of being a joined college with both the professional association and the regulatory under one agency. But we will be seeing this act have impact on 6 hybrid organizations in addition perhaps to the College of Social Workers, and those include the acupuncturists, chiropractors, dentists, physiotherapists, respiratory therapists, and registered nurses. No small feat, Mr. Speaker, to look at separating those colleges, the 2 sides, and I'll be watching and listening to see how that plays out going forward. Mr. Speaker, I think it's not going to be an easy thing, and I remember that this government in the recent past changed the people who can be on those colleges so that there was a majority of public on those boards at this point in time. And I'm not sure that that's the best thing for those colleges, Mr. Speaker, because it in fact means that anyone can get appointed to those boards. They just really have to be known by members on the opposite side in terms of having an interest in serving on a board. And the fact that they can, a majority of the public can sit on say the dentists or physio or respiratory or registered nurses colleges without having any kind of expertise with regard to that particular discipline is concerning to me personally, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder if that's going to be in the best interests of developing those specialties, health specialties going forward. The second major part of the Health Professions Act changes would establish healthcare aides as a separate and regulated profession within the College of Licensed Practical Nurses of Alberta. Knowing registered nurses and the, generally understanding what their training is like, the kinds of skill sets they develop and leave universities with, and knowing that licensed practical nurses for a great deal of time in Alberta have been elevated within the healthcare system to do more and more things and take over many of the roles of registered nurses. I think that's something we need to keep an eye on, Mr. Speaker, just to not put people in positions like LPNs in positions where their skill sets aren't necessarily made for the kinds of roles or activities they're being asked to perform. So that's another thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, Mr. Speaker, just so that we have the best healthcare system in the world. Continue to have the best healthcare system, and our health. Just a point about our healthcare system. It's taken a lot of hits of late. As I said, the privatization Bill 30 that was passed by this legislature with vigorous opposition from this side has put stresses. Will put stresses on our healthcare system, our public healthcare system. The work is challenging, and the fact that this government is systematically going after not only the healthcare system, but other systems in our province, like the education system, the post-secondary education system. Little by little, we're experiencing the drip, 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 the chip away of incredible legacy systems that have been put in place over decades by previous governments, and those are challenges that Albertans will experience more going forward, and ones that are deeply disappointing. Another change, of course, was to the Corporations Act and the Alberta Blue Cross Act, housekeeping change of a name change there for that organization. And last significant part of this omnibus bill is the Health Facilities Act, or the Hospitals Act. And that's a relatively practical matter that I won't spend any time on. I do want to go back to what is deeply concerning and should be concerning for all Albertans as well, and one that our independent officer, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, Jill Clayton, has expressed dire concerns around. And one only has to go to the Information Commissioner's website and look at a letter that she has penned to Minister Shandro, and it can be found at the Office of the Information. Sorry, the Minister of Health.
Referring to the Honourable Minister of Health by his last name would not be appropriate.
I apologize. Yes, I did mean the Minister of Health in that case, and all subsequent cases going forward. So one only has to go to the Office of the Independent Privacy Commissioner's website to read a letter to the Minister of Health that is there. It is substantive, Mr. Speaker, in 9 pages, where Minister Clayton outlines her concerns to this minister. And it's followed or appended by a list of 10 issues that can be addressed should the ministry and minister choose to. And what members on this side, led by the critic in this area from Edmonton City Centre, are asking for is a withdrawal of this bill so that the Alberta public can get a first-hand look at the changes that are proposed in it. And, you know, when it's an omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker, the very fact that it's omnibus means that it is very dense in terms of being able to go through and not in everyday person's language. And so what really is needed is that this government would stop, instead of making such drastic changes to health information legislation, they would rather, it's important for robust consultation in everyday language to take place so that Albertans can understand the reach into their health records or their electronic health records that is being proposed. We're concerned on this side that the health information of Albertans, as identified by Commissioner Clayton, can be reached into by out-of-province, out-of-country entities, and their personal information can't be protected by our commissioner at that point, because that person, as I understand from the letter that's here, doesn't have the jurisdiction to take those actions that would bring those entities to account. And so that's deeply concerning and should be deeply concerning to all Albertans. You know, if this government refuses to pull back on this legislation, get it right, then we really should take some opportunity at a committee to hear from the Commissioner Clayton directly. Certainly the letter is there from her and everyone can read that, and I hope Albertans take the opportunity to read it at the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. But I'm not sure why government wouldn't take the opportunity to, in fact, defend themselves at a committee, get the information from the Commissioner, and act in a way that shows responsibility in that regard. But, you know, the Minister of Health has had some challenges with that very thing, Mr. Speaker. And I guess in a way I'm suggesting that I've never seen the degree of upset Albertans have with regard to many things, but certainly their health issues and the actions and the work of this minister has come to the fore repeatedly. And Albertans have made it clear, doctors have made it clear that there's a lack of trust, that the minister has his hand appropriately on the tiller of this massive organization, which is $20 billion plus, and takes up, we know, approximately half of almost half of the outlay of expenditures for the government of Alberta. So this is no small matter that's before us today, Mr. Speaker. It's no small matter that is before Albertans with regard to their lack of confidence and trust in the minister and the way that he is overseeing the critical file that is under his purview, and that file being the biggest expenditure of the government of Alberta. We need to make sure that the homework is done on this, and it doesn't feel like it's done on this, Mr. Speaker. We want the right thing to be done. We want consultation to take place. We want Albertans to know a greater amount about what's in this omnibus bill, and that can only happen with a pause. You know, back to the Privacy and Information Commissioner's views, and my colleague from Edmonton City Centre's experience in a briefing, bill briefing, which, you know, happens far too little with this government, Mr. Speaker. It happened as a matter of course. Choked up for other reasons, but not the ones that, yeah. So it happened as a matter of course with our government. Bill briefings would occur.
Standing Order 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if my honourable colleague from Calgary-Buffalo here has perhaps an opportunity to take a sip of water, I'd like to give him an opportunity to finish his thought. I think that certainly we're all honoured and pleased to be able to hear from him tonight. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, Calgary-Buffalo.
Appreciate it very much. I will just conclude by saying that our public health care system is critical. We need to make sure that the public health care system has everything it needs to succeed, especially at these times with COVID, Mr. Speaker. We are in a public health crisis emergency, and anything that weakens the ability of the system to respond is of great concern to me personally, but also to my colleagues on this side. And we do have stressors in our system. We do need to ensure that the system has everything it needs. It has the financial supports it needs, but it's been getting significant stressors on that level. Nurses are being told that there are going to be fewer of them in the future. This during a pandemic. Nurses are in negotiations with the government of Alberta right now, and they're not being shown the kind of respect and support they need to recognize the critical nature of their work, especially during the pandemic. The laying off of frontline healthcare staff, or the threatening to lay off frontline healthcare staff, is nothing more than outrageous and should be reversed as well. And you know, all of this is being done because the province, the government of Alberta, has left itself without the fiscal resources to be able to see their way clear to support the important and vital services that the previous government kept in good nick. That $4.7 billion of corporate handouts that rewards foreign shareholders is nothing more than shocking and extremely well, it's, as I said, it's challenging for any government to not be able to count on revenue coming in. But, you know, the thing that I wanted to say is that I've heard repeatedly from the other side that, you know, our government, when we were in government, kicked the can down the road. I just want to take a moment to say we didn't blow up things, Mr. Speaker, because we knew they were operating well. This UCP government is blowing up everything that we need to protect. The healthcare system, the education system, the post-secondary education system. You know, as I listened to our leader last week, she said, you know, $1 billion has been taken out of the post-secondary education system by this government. And the minister and other ministers go around and they invest $1 million here and $1 million there at schools around this province, at colleges and universities around this province. But they ignore the fact that they took $1 billion out of the system. Mr. Speaker, the two don't equate. So that's why I say that this government is blowing up things like the post-secondary education system. Certainly the health system is under dire stress at this point in time and is not getting the support it needs. And the education system, we know that the K-12 system has lost so much funding, so many staff, and yet you know, ministers stand up repeatedly and say, you know, we've got it under control, everything's going to be okay. Well, I don't have that faith, Mr. Speaker, and that's not only me speaking, that's Albertans more and more weighing in on this government and saying, we're not confident that you have your hand on the tiller, just as I described the lack of confidence that many have in our Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that concludes the time allotted for 29-2A. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate this evening? I see the honourable member for Edmonton South is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to join debate on Bill 46, the Health Information Act, Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues here in the opposition who have already expressed quite thoroughly our significant concerns with the Health Statutes Amendment Act and the Minister of Health's introduction of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's become abundantly clear that Albertans cannot trust this government. It's become abundantly clear that Albertans cannot trust this health minister. And Mr. Speaker, it's become more and more clear that as this government introduces legislation, they seem to be willfully misleading Albertans on not only the intent and the contents of the bill, Mr. Speaker, but also the work they did in drafting of this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, this government introduced Bill 46 and told not only Albertans, but indeed of the opposition, in a briefing, Mr. Speaker, that the Information and Privacy Commissioner, Commissioner Clayton, had been thoroughly consulted on the contents of this bill, and privacy concerns were addressed as aspects of this bill were introduced. And Mr. Speaker, we now know that is simply not true. It is simply not true that this government did any work to address the privacy concerns of Commissioner Clayton. Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that these drastic changes will be coming to health information legislation without any consultation at all. Not only not with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, but not with Albertans, not with this legislature, and not with the people at large, Mr. Speaker, that are going to be affected by this legislation. We know, and as the Commissioner pointed out in her pointed letter, Mr. Speaker, other jurisdictions around the world are taking steps every single day to improve the robustness and thoroughness of their privacy legislation. They're taking steps every single day to ensure that their citizens' privacy is respected, that their citizens' rights are respected, that their citizens' personal information is respected. We see in the European Union, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the General Data Protection Regulation that was brought in, which is considered by many to be the gold standard of information protection legislation. We see in Japan the Personal Information and Privacy Protection of Personal Information Act, Mr. Speaker. We see in California the California Consumer Privacy Act. Over and over and over again, Mr. Speaker, across this entire planet, citizens are having their rights to privacy, information, personal information protected and enhanced. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we see a government here in Alberta actually rolling back those protections, actually reducing those rights, actually making it more susceptible to attack, and actually reviewing Albertans' information to other entities without their consent, without their knowledge, and indeed without having consulted with Albertans in advance. That is particularly concerning, Mr. Speaker. It's concerning because we know that in this modern day and age, access to information is more vital than ever before. Access to information shapes how we deal with our daily lives. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, access to health information shapes how we work day to day. Mr. Speaker, we do not know that there are robust safeguards on who can access Alberta's electronic health records, because we have a minister who was caught using personal health records to lambast doctors on their personal cell phone numbers, Mr. Speaker. We have a health minister who actually went to the home of a physician and attacked and verbally attacked and harassed a physician on their driveway in front of their family, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the judgment of a government that simply cannot be trusted by Albertans and is not trusted by Albertans. Mr. Speaker, we are watching the degradation of privacy rights and degradation of health information across this province before our eyes. We're seeing legislation introduced that allows this health information to be accessed by entities outside of province, outside of the jurisdiction of not only the Information and Privacy Commissioner here in Alberta, but also outside the jurisdiction of this legislature. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation actually enables the minister to give our health information away to foreign entities. And Mr. Speaker, what those foreign entities do is no longer under the control of Alberta, is no longer under the control of this health minister, is no longer under the control of this legislature. And Mr. Speaker, Albertans are very concerned about this. Mr. Speaker, the Information and Privacy Commissioner is very concerned about it. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is very concerned about it. And what this government refuses to acknowledge is that the privacy impacts of this legislation, the privacy impacts of these significant changes are damaging to every single person in this province. Every single citizen that uses a health record, that has a health record, that accesses Alberta Health Services is at risk because of this legislation. Because this government is refusing to pull back on this legislation, is refusing to get it right, is refusing to actually consult with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, is refusing to actually consult with Albertans. Mr. Speaker, we cannot trust this minister. We cannot trust this government's position, and this Assembly should not trust a single thing that comes from this front bench when it comes to health information, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the privacy of Albertans, when it comes to the personal information of Albertans, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to continue to call on this government to do the right thing. We're going to continue to call on this government to consult. We're going to continue to call on this government to actually go out and do that groundwork. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the actual clauses in this bill, when we look at the actual information that's going to be given away in this bill, we're talking about organizations, for example, such as Chalice Babylon, who uses physicians from out of province. right? So Mr. Speaker, this government, for some reason, was using government resources to advertise for a third party, for a foreign to Alberta, of course, health service. And Mr. Speaker, now it appears that the government wants to provide these foreign services actual information of Albertans, actual personal information of Albertans. And Mr. Speaker, we saw in, for example, political elections in the United States, we saw in political elections across this world, and certainly in other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, that this type of personal information can be used, and indeed it can be misused. It can be misused to create analyses of citizens. It can be misused to create profiles on citizens, and it can be misused to target citizens in very specific ways. And those are things that people, not only in Alberta, but across the world, are concerned about. And that's why we're seeing in most jurisdictions, where most jurisdictions around the world, such as the EU, as I mentioned already, Japan, as I mentioned, California, as I mentioned, privacy protections are being increased. Privacy protections are actually coming in place that enhance the privacy of their citizens. And here we see a government, possibly one of the few governments in a Western liberal democracy across the entire world, Mr. Speaker, actually going in and saying, we should have less of those protections. We should have less rights for citizens. We should have less consultation with citizens. We should give them less protection for their information. And Mr. Speaker, it's shocking because, as I mentioned earlier, we cannot trust this government. We cannot trust this health minister. We cannot trust this premier because the privacy risks that are being brought in, the privacy risks that are being brought in, for example, such as eliminating the need for privacy impact assessments, which are required right now for the collection and use and disclosure of health information, eliminating those when organizations talk to each other, simply does not make sense. It simply does not actually enable the government to guarantee to Albertans their information is protected. It does not enable the government to guarantee to citizens that their information is going to be safe. And Mr. Speaker, when we talk about data protection and we talk about privacy and we talk about information, this is not some hypothetical. This is not some sort of pie in the sky thing. Mr. Speaker, we see time and time again in international jurisdiction, and indeed here at home as well, that information continues to be acquired and misused by corporate entities around the world. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, we even see hearings here in Canada where the Senate and of course the lower house, the House of Commons as well, have requested and have performed hearings from major corporations, including many of the large social media companies, Mr. Speaker, regarding what the use of information is around, how they're collecting information, and who they're selling information to. And Mr. Speaker, what it turns out is that Canadians, Albertans, and citizens and every single person is concerned around the misuse of this information. So, Mr. Speaker, when the government says they are willing to give personal health records, and in this case, we know that basically means, Mr. Speaker, the access to the Netcare system, right? Access to Albertans' electronic health care records, Mr. Speaker. When that information can be sent out of jurisdiction, outside of our privacy legislation, outside of FOIP legislation, outside of the Health Information Act, and granted to entities that are not subject to our jurisdiction, that are not subject to the laws that are passed in this place, that is when people should be extremely concerned. Because, Mr. Speaker, in other jurisdictions, in jurisdictions like the EU, who have the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, that is one of the core tenets of how data must be protected, is that when data is sent out of jurisdiction, we must have very stringent and very secure safeguards to make sure that the interests of the individual whose information may be exposed is protected. The interest of the individual who should be protected. And we need to make sure that any interest that is exposed must be done in the performance of the public interest. And Mr. Speaker, we simply don't have those guarantees here. In this bill, in the Health Information Act amendment here, we simply do not have the guarantee that those interests will be protected. We simply don't have the guarantee that the data is going to be protected as it leaves this jurisdiction. And we don't even know what the data will be as it leaves the jurisdiction. We don't know to what extent this data will leave the jurisdiction. And Mr. Speaker, those are all things that are extraordinarily offensive about this Health Information Act. Because, Mr. Speaker, it really devolves protections that Albertans deserve around personal information. Because I don't think, Mr. Speaker, any Albertan expects their diagnosis for their illnesses and for their diseases to be disclosed to foreign entities. I don't think any Albertan expects that every time they go into a doctor, when personal notes are made around their symptoms, I don't think they expect those things to be exposed and divulged to foreign entities. So, Mr. Speaker, when this government is willing to create and waste $30 million on a war room to attack foreign-funded campaigns, but yet on the other hand is willing to give our personal information, Albertans' personal information, away to foreign corporate entities, I think this government has a problem with priorities. I think instead of actually standing up for Albertans, instead of actually trying to make sure Albertans are getting the best situation here, Mr. Speaker, they're not fighting on behalf of the everyday Albertan. They're not fighting on behalf of the citizens of Alberta, Mr. Speaker. I'm particularly concerned that this bill is going to allow privacy information to be used in such an egregious manner. That's going to allow privacy information to be attacked in such an egregious manner. And Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly concerned that this legislature, this government, and this province will not have jurisdiction over the usage of this information, Mr. Speaker, because that is what every single Albertan deserves. They deserve, and as one of the core tenets of personal information and privacy, Mr. Speaker, is that you should have consent over how your information is used, and you should have consent over how your information is disclosed. And Mr. Speaker, this legislation simply does not guarantee that. This legislation simply does not protect Albertans in that way. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it reduces the protections for Albertans. We may be the only jurisdiction in Western liberal democracies that are currently debating a bill that actually makes it easier for corporate entities, foreign corporate entities, to access their personal health records, to access their personal information. And Mr. Speaker, we simply have to press pause on this legislation. We simply have to heed the warnings that are coming from the Information and Privacy Commissioner, Commissioner Clayton. We simply have to heed the warnings that are coming from myself and my colleagues here in the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, and we have to press pause on this legislation. We have to stop and actually say, in what world does it make sense that on one hand this government is wasting $30 million on a war room to attack these supposed foreign entities that are attacking our industries, Mr. Speaker, but on the other hand they're willing to sell that information and give that information away to foreign corporate entities as well. Personal health information away to foreign health corporate entities as well, Mr. Speaker, because it simply does not make sense. It simply does not make sense, Mr. Speaker. In the same way that it does not make sense that the government continues to do these American-style attacks on our healthcare system, these American-style incorporations in our healthcare system. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are many American-style healthcare systems that have lackluster privacy legislation, that have lackluster privacy systems, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps this is sort of falling in that vein as well. Perhaps the government is actually trying to introduce these reduced data protection and reduced data information, Mr. Speaker, because they like to see this American-style health care. They like to give $4.7 billion away to wealthy corporations. They like to bring in American-style health care. They like to devolve our protections for individuals, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps that's what the government is trying to do here. I think that's quite concerning. I think it's quite concerning that we're no longer seeing privacy impact assessments. I think it's quite concerning that this minister who accosted doctors using their personal health records, who accosted doctors on their driveways, who accessed confidential information, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite concerning. He's asking us to trust this government, and I think that we need to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Standing Order 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for his comments. I appreciate how much focus he's had on personal and private information, and I also was thinking about other issues of importance to his constituents, specifically, of course, the COVID pandemic and the response to it by this government, but also another project that I know the member has a long history of advocating for is the South Edmonton Hospital. And I'm reflecting on the times when we were on the site where the sign once stood. At least there isn't a sign that's misleading there any longer. But when we were on that site, one of the things that really I found very kismet was the fact that we were standing there talking about the future of the hospital, and a STARS helicopter flew over air to land at the Edmonton International Airport. And one of the things that's excellent about the South Edmonton hospitals is not just good for the constituents of South and Southwest Edmonton, it's good for the region, but it's also good for, one of the proposals is that it become a hub for things like pediatric emergency care. Because of its proximity to the international airport, and also the opportunity that we have on that parcel of land that is owned by the province of Alberta, and has the potential to be an excellent hub in South Edmonton. So I was hoping that the member might take a minute or two to talk about what he thinks the government could be doing to address the needs of his constituents, particularly in the area of healthcare, health infrastructure, and a response to the concerns, rather than bringing in this bill that the member has rightfully highlighted a number of the concerns that have already been flagged about this specific piece of legislation.
Colleague from Glenora for those comments. I think it certainly is important to recognize that instead of focusing on actually bringing in health infrastructure that is able to help our constituents, that is able to help Albertans, they are bringing in this devolutionary piece of legislation. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you'll recall, just a few weeks ago, I did ask in this place. I said, what's happening with the South Edmonton Hospital? Why is there a sign that says construction starting 2020? Just a few blocks from my house, really, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the then Minister of Health, my colleague from Glenora, and I were there to announce that sign and review that sign not that long ago, just a couple of years ago, Mr. Speaker. And then I asked the question, and the infrastructure minister got up in this place and said, well, we're going to be working shortly on that. There's nothing to worry about. Of course, we know that wasn't true, Mr. Speaker. We know that they delayed the hospital till 2030, which is a significant delay, over doubling of the timeline of the original timeline of that hospital, Mr. Speaker. But then the infrastructure minister appeared to be so embarrassed by his response that 2 days later, when I drove by the site again, the sign was simply gone. Somebody had taken the sign down. And Mr. Speaker, I know the government has been saying that their $4.7 billion corporate giveaway has been their job creation plan. But Mr. Speaker, it seems that they are creating more jobs taking down signs about healthcare announcements and healthcare infrastructure in this province than they have been this entire time we've been debating the Health Information Act, that they've been debating their $4.7 billion corporate giveaway, that they've been debating their $30 million wasted, embarrassing war room, Mr. Speaker. And really, the worst finance minister in the history of this province sits in this place right now, Mr. Speaker. The current finance minister is the worst finance minister that has ever existed in this province, Mr. Speaker. And really, he should be taking notes from the infrastructure minister, who is able to create a couple jobs for taking down signs. So Mr. Speaker, I mean, perhaps I should be thanking the infrastructure minister for at least being a bit more honest with my constituents, for being a bit more honest with Albertans and admitting that no, construction will not be starting this year, that hospital is not coming anytime soon, and really I think it's disappointing because my constituents were looking forward to having services not only in our riding, but services that would have serviced the entire region and allowed services like STARS to bring in patients to the area with its proximity to the airport, Mr. Speaker, and it's really disappointing, Mr. Speaker. So I think that when we look at legislation this government brings in around healthcare, when we look at legislation that the government brings in around health information, Mr. Speaker, it's a question of priorities, and it turns out the priorities of this government are not about improving healthcare infrastructure, are not about improving healthcare outcomes, are not about improving healthcare services, but instead, Mr. Speaker, are about making life worse for Albertans and are about giving our information away to foreign corporate entities. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join the debate? The honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in second reading on Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. Although it sounds a little bit like deja vu, Mr. Speaker, because I feel like we are constantly revisiting the same legislation over and over again, and I don't know if it's part of a plan by this government to just slowly chip away at all the pieces of our healthcare system. It does seem to be the plan. Instead of, actually having a well thought out strategy or a plan, there just seems to be one thing after another. Every session we're dealing with another erosion of our healthcare system and little pieces being chipped away, as I might mention, Mr. Speaker, once again, during a pandemic. During a pandemic, this is the time that the Minister of Health and the government seems to see it as appropriate to be creating chaos and overhauling substantial aspects of our healthcare system that aren't actually going to improve patient outcomes, that are not going to improve the quality of care for Albertans, and at a time when right now we rely on our healthcare system more than ever, Mr. Speaker. So it's quite shocking that here we stand again. This time it seems to be going specifically after the deeply personal rights of individual Albertans to protect and have a say over their health information, Mr. Speaker. So let's go over. I know that my colleagues have talked about various pieces, and I know that the member from Edmonton City Centre, as official opposition critic for health, has outlined that there is a number of statutes related to health that are affected by Bill 46. Some of them are smaller changes, but we really want to focus on some of the bigger pieces that are in this Act. And it's a substantial piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, those pieces that affect health information. Because I think this is something that caught a number of Albertans off guard, we know, and I will talk about it a little bit more as my colleagues have. It certainly caught the Information and Privacy Commissioner off guard that this government was going to be going in the opposite direction of almost every jurisdiction in not only Canada but in North America about looking to further protect health information. In fact, as with all things, this government seems to be moving backwards in time and has seen that now is an appropriate time to actually erode the protection of individual Albertans' health information and privacy rights. So let's talk a little bit about what Bill 46 does, Mr. Speaker. So with the Health Information Act, one of the things that it does, Mr. Speaker, is that it moves from Alberta Health Services, AHS, who currently has responsibility for net care, and it moves that responsibility over to Alberta Health. So many Albertans might be familiar with net care, some might not, but they should know that their health information is already incorporated in the in net care. But it is something that it's our health information, and of course it's necessary for appropriate diagnosis and treatment and care in our healthcare system that there be an organized system in which that information is managed. And while we need to understand the importance of health information being shared appropriately with providers, with physicians, for all the healthcare workers who might interact with the patient, and it's necessary for that information to be able to be disclosed appropriately. We also know that with that responsibility of that deeply personal health information comes equally, and if not more so, a responsibility to make sure that the protection of privacy of that information is paramount. It is the most important part if we're going to be taking and disclosing and storing in these kind of systems, information management systems, deeply personal health information without the consent, Mr. Speaker, because that's key. When we're talking about health information in net care, it's actually not subject to the specific consent of an individual because it's necessary to gather that information for proper medical treatment. So without consent, which is one of the key aspects of proper information and information management, of privacy management and protection, consent is key. But in this case, we know that we can't simply rely on seeking consent in all circumstances. And typically, when we're looking at privacy information, if you're not going to have consent of an individual, there creates an additional responsibility to make sure that that information is secure, and that it is disclosed appropriately and only in limited circumstances with the proper protections and safeguards in place. So now we're seeing the transfer of responsibility for net care and all the personal private health information that's contained within net care from within Alberta Health Services to Alberta Health. And of course we know, Mr. Speaker, and this is the heart of so much of what my colleagues have already said and what we will continue to say, but more importantly it's the heart of what Albertans are saying, is that when we are talking about transferring deeply personal health information to the responsibility of Alberta Health, what that means for Albertans and what they are deeply concerned about is that means it's now under the oversight of the current Minister of Health. And if there's one thing that Albertans have shown over and over again, after watching this government, in particular this Minister of Health, at the helm of our healthcare system for the last 19 months, is that they don't trust the Minister of Health. There is no trust right now in the Minister of Health for many of the reasons that are well documented. They've been cited by my colleagues today. It's well documented in the media. He simply does not have the trust of Albertans. He certainly does not have that trust with respect to acting appropriately and managing information appropriately. We've already seen abuses of that by this Minister of Health. We also know that certainly his conduct towards Albertans, yelling at them on their driveway, for example, has called into question his temperament and certainly his ability to manage the high stress of the role that he's in. But most importantly, we also see that this Minister of Health, under the direction of the Premier and this Cabinet, has chosen this time to attack our healthcare system at a time when we need it most. We've seen them drop the ball significantly, Mr. Speaker, with respect to managing COVID, ignoring the evidence, ignoring the calls from the opposition, ignoring the calls from the healthcare system and from doctors to take the appropriate steps. So he's lost the trust. And now Albertans are being told that this Minister of Health is now going to be responsible for managing the system that contains and controls and may disclose their health information. So that's one thing that Bill 46 does. And of course, related to that concern, Mr. Speaker, is that Bill 46 also allows for access to electronic health information outside of Alberta, in another province or another country. Now, again, this is actually a trust issue, Mr. Speaker, because we've heard that the Minister of Health claims this is really only to deal with Lloydminster. That's what it's about. It's about dealing with that specific city, which does, it crosses the border between Alberta and Saskatchewan. And having worked in the education field for some time, I know that the unique challenges that the jurisdiction of Lloydminster presents in terms of legislation and what applies and to whom it applies. I remember that discussion quite well when I worked within Alberta Education about school divisions there and which pieces does the Education Act or the School Act in Alberta apply. And of course, this is not a new challenge for our legislative schemes as to how to address the unique circumstances of Lloydminster. But we found many ways to address that. There's specific provisions in many pieces of legislation that deal only with Lloydminster and their specific circumstances. So if that's really what this is about, there would be no challenge to the minister or to this government to present a bill that specifically carves out how we will deal with the unique challenges of a city that crosses over into two provinces and two potentially different legislative schemes for health information. You could certainly see that there would be an opportunity in Bill 46 to say specifically as to how legislation, Health Information Act, will apply to Lloydminster. But this is why it's a trust issue, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't speak only to Lloydminster. It actually does not say that at all. And in fact, the way it's drafted is quite broad. And it can certainly apply to any jurisdiction having access to health information. And this is problematic, Mr. Speaker, because we know that when we're talking about the breach of a privacy of an Albertan's health information, who then has jurisdiction over hearing those complaints, overseeing and investigating those complaints, determining whether there was a breach of our Health Information Act in Alberta, and that perhaps a fine or penalty should be levied against the breach for a breach of that matter? Well, we've heard quite clearly that if there is a jurisdiction outside of Alberta that has access to an Albertan's health information, they are not subject to that oversight and that complaint process in Alberta. In fact, it's entirely unclear as to whether or not an Albertan would have any right to complain about the misuse or the improper disclosure of their health information when it's done by a jurisdiction outside of Alberta. And again, Mr. Speaker, this is the challenge, because when the Minister of Health stands up and says, oh, no, it's only about Lloydminster, we also have a precedent and a situation where we have seen that we know that this minister is actively pushing private healthcare apps, like the Babylon app from TELUS. We know that at the beginning of the pandemic, that private operator of this healthcare app, whose practitioners we didn't know which jurisdiction they were in, were getting paid more, for example, Mr. Speaker, for virtual visits than doctors in Alberta. We know that this government currently actually believes that that's more valuable. An electronic app that manages virtual healthcare is more valuable to this current government than our doctors right here in Alberta. The same same doctors, Mr. Speaker, who are carrying us through this pandemic right now, the same healthcare workers that are doing that work every day tirelessly and are exhausted, they are not as valuable to this government as these healthcare apps. And so certainly, again, this is about trust. That seems to be very much the direction that this government wants to go in. And I'm sure there's many circumstances where many Albertans are supportive of new and creative ways of delivering health care. They're looking for maybe more convenient access in certain situations. But we know that that's not what's driving this government. It's a for-profit provider of health care that has clearly had some influence over this government's policies because they've prioritized that over the valuation and respect of our healthcare providers right here in Alberta. So it seems to me that these changes in Bill 46 are designed to actually encourage the disclosure of personal health information of Albertans outside of Alberta to organizations, to operators, to providers, to jurisdictions who are not subject to our Health Information Act here in Alberta. So what is an average Albertan to do if they believe that their health information is being misused, has been improperly disclosed, has not been secured appropriately within the Health Information Act by one of these out-of-jurisdiction providers? Well, we know that it means that they have no recourse. They have no right of complaint. And certainly, I question the ability of the Alberta government to even put limitations or restrictions or guidance on these providers as to how they use this information. We don't know enough about that, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly not clear from the bill. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that the changes in Bill 46 will expand the uses of health information collected and stored within Netcare. So previously, access to Netcare by any provider who was had an information management agreement with Alberta Health Services to do that, or with Alberta Health, that access to Netcare was only to be used for the provision of healthcare to Albertans. So direct healthcare provision. That was the purpose behind the information stored in Netcare. Now what we see is that under Bill 46, the use of the information, the health information within Netcare is much expanded. It includes the use for research, for education, investigations, disciplinary hearings, inspections of health professions or disciplines, and for planning or management of the healthcare system. Now, this in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, might not be problematic. However, we don't know who the Minister of Health or who the government consulted with, who, particularly with Albertans, have they weighed in on the idea that, for example, their healthcare information that they're providing without consent, because it's part of their treatment for healthcare purposes, that information can now be used for research purposes. I would think that there are many Albertans who would want to weigh in on that, who would want to weigh in on whether or not they agree that that's important to them, and would like to hear some arguments as to why that is important for this government. Again, there could very well be good reasons for it, but we haven't heard that. And we haven't heard that from Albertans. And if the minister has consulted broadly with Albertans about the ability of the health information that's collected in Netcare without their consent to be used for research, I'd like to see that. I look forward to hearing that from the Minister of Health and from this government to support that. So this is roughly what Bill 46 does, Mr. Speaker, with respect to health information. We know it does some other pieces as well that I'm sure we will get to talking to at some point in the debate we will have on this bill. However, to date, we are focused on these Health Information Act because of the shocking lack of consultation that it took place on that. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, of course, I was not part of government prior. I've only been in this seat, in this role for, roughly 19 months. But what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is in my previous role, I worked in the area of privacy law, not so much within health information, but more with respect to the Personal Information Privacy Act, PIPA, or the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP, within the sphere of public bodies. And it was well known, Mr. Speaker, in that world, if you practice within that world, or if you advise clients, public bodies particularly, who gather information, the primary source, an objective, independent officer of the legislature, is the Officer of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and she should have been consulted. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, that she was not.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I see no one. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable the Member for Calgary, McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to this Health Statute Amendment Act 2020, number 2. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend I have had the opportunity to talk to some of my constituents, community leaders, community associations, office bearers, and just to talk generally about the ongoing situation and seek their input on any of the things that are before the House. And specifically mentioned a few pieces of legislation. And quite frankly, Albertans do get scared when this government comes anywhere close to anything relating to health. And one thing that they all want from this government is a strong action on ongoing COVID-19 situation, the resurgence of COVID-19. And so far, we have seen nothing from this government. And in fact, Premier has not spoken to Albertans in almost last 10 days. And these are the 10 days when we saw 73 people died of COVID. We saw almost 8,000 plus cases. And we didn't hear anything from this government, from the Premier. And here we have a piece of legislation that makes significant changes to health records, how they are kept, and the privacy of those health records. It's a very important issue for Albertans. And I can say when I was practicing law, one of the most important things that I learned throughout the law school, that I learned while I was articling and then I was practicing, was the privacy and confidentiality of the information that I was receiving as a lawyer, and generally known as solicitor-client privilege. Idea was that a person who was talking to me as their lawyer will have full confidence that whatever they are sharing with me as professional, that will be kept confidential. And that was, I guess, the fundamental basis of that relationship. And it's the same thing when we go to a doctor. We share things knowing that the things we are sharing, that looks like a big fine. You can deal with that, Mr. Speaker, after my speech.
Riveting speech.
Yeah. So when we share information with our professionals, with doctors, I think we do so on an understanding that whatever we are sharing, that will be safeguarded, that will be kept private, that will not be used in a way that will compromise the privacy of that information. And that relationship between the physician and their patient is built on that trust. And what we are seeing here are changes that will water down that relationship, that will water down that trust. We know that Albertans, a number of occasions, have raised concerns about Minister of Health ability to maintain that trust, Minister of Health's credibility on this file. And here we are seeing changes that will make the very Minister of Health in charge of Albertans' electronic health records, the Netcare, instead of AHS. Now, the minister will be in charge to determine the administrative, technical, and physical safeguards for that information. Now, the very minister will determine who has access to health information. That certainly raises concerns for many Albertans. And as I said, privacy is important to Albertans. And that's why we have an independent officer of legislature, one of the few, to keep that out of politics in the hands of an independent officer so that Albertans have trust and confidence that aside from political parties in the House, there is someone who is independent of those parties, can look at that information, can assure them, can give them that trust and confidence that their information is adequately protected. And in this case, what we found out that very person, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, was not consulted on this legislation. And we were in government for 4 years, and I do not remember the Privacy Commissioner coming out so publicly and strongly about any piece of legislation, about any policy that we brought forward in those 4 years. In this case, Information and Privacy Commissioner has outlined very clearly the areas of concern, and Minister of Health being in charge of that information is one such area. And then the second thing, another problematic thing, is that now those electronic health records, after this piece of legislation, can be shared outside Alberta to any other province, possibly any other country. And if and when privacy breaches occur, that commissioner will not have jurisdiction, because commissioner's jurisdiction is within Alberta. And it's a significant change. And as Commissioner outlined, government should put a hold on it, consult with those who have vested interest in how that information is managed, and listen to Privacy Commissioner and Albertans. Listen to their concerns. And nowhere in their big mandate that they got last April, it was mentioned that they will make such sweeping and significant changes to the privacy laws, to how Albertans' health information will be managed. Further, I think government is also saying that there will be more custodians who will be authorized, and that, I believe, will be dealt with in regulations. And we do not want, and Albertans do not want, their information to be dealt with behind closed doors. Government should be able to tell us who else will be authorized and how. And similarly, the Commissioner has also raised concern with respect to privacy impact assessments, when information was shared between different departments, and about how that information may be used for research, education, investigation, and other purposes. All these things are important changes that Privacy Commissioner and Albertans should be consulted on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn debate on this Bill 46.
Yeah, because I was planning on it. Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the honourable member for Calgary McCall to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders, for second reading, Bill 44, Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2020, adjourn debate. Honourable Mr. Nally.
Honourable members, is there anyone wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address this bill, I think for my first time. Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Want to say that there are several parts to this bill that have come forward by the Minister of Finance, President, Treasury Board, and I'll just go through a few of them that I, of course, am querying or have some concerns about, and we'll quickly get into those. The first one that comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, just flipping through the bill, is under the Credit Union Act, and I'm not sure why the minister is bringing forward changes to this act with regard to the number of board members who can sit on the Credit Central Board. It looks like it's being reduced from 9 individuals that are made from 2 individuals as directors on the nomination of Central and 7 other individuals. So I'm not sure why that's being reduced to 7, with 2 still being from the Central, nominations of Central, and 5 other individuals. It may make things speed up with regard to board meetings, or but it's not explained in any substantive way, and I haven't heard the Minister of Finance speak to it. So that would be one issue that I can see bringing forward. Another issue, and I think this is a good idea, is to change some of the ways that people can participate at their general meetings and in a non-physical way through ways, electronic means or telephonic or other communication means that allow people to participate in all ways for their meetings. So that's a good thing, especially during these times. And I'm not sure it was brought in specifically as a result of the want to, socially distance and to not travel to these board meetings, but nonetheless, it's helpful in these times for boards to be able to have this ability, and the minister has brought that forward. I'm not sure why in section 174 is amended on page 10, and striking out the lieutenant governor and council so that the minister doesn't have to go to cabinet to get cabinet support or approval and then have that cabinet decision go on to get recognized and also supported by the lieutenant governor. So a couple places the minister has cut out the step of going to cabinet, and in my days there I always found that was a helpful place to essentially make sure have another, early on it was 11 sets of eyes, and towards the end of our mandate it was about 20 cabinet ministers. So many other people get to weigh in on decisions that you're making in your own ministry and bring those forward with a recommendation for support, and you have to kind of defend that there. So I'm not sure why the Minister of Finance is cutting that step out in these two areas on page 10 and page 10. One place that I certainly remember having some challenges with credit unions around the province is their desire to have subsidiary or other affiliate businesses like an insurance agency. And the Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board has brought forward a part of this bill that repeals Section 2A and Section 4C. And as I said, 4C in particular is where credit unions were being required because other insurance businesses were of the view that if there was an insurance business in a credit union, that would be an unfair advantage for those against insurance companies that were separate and apart from credit unions throughout the province. And there are many places throughout the province, particularly in small towns, where credit unions exist and independent insurance agencies exist, and they wanted an equal level playing field with other insurance agencies, and they didn't want credit unions to have the ability to pass essentially customers over to an insurance agent within the confines of the credit agency or the building that housed the credit agency. So we put a rather, and I think it's a good thing to look at changing this. There was a rather substantive and perhaps onerous definition of how credit unions could go about that subsidiary business, and I understand that it hasn't worked that well, and the Minister of Finance has listened, and he's brought forward a repeal of that section of the 2016 changes that were put in place. But I don't see, aside from striking out or repealing those things, what is going to be done to assist insurance agents that are independent and separate from credit unions, how they're going to have a level playing field with regard to situations in their towns or municipalities. So that's a kind of an unfinished piece for me here. Looks like it's going in the right direction, but it's not completed with regard to what the answer is going to be. Perhaps that'll be the subject of a subsequent bill that's brought forward once it's worked out with the credit agencies throughout the province. Then we go on in the bill to number of things under the Freedom of Information Privacy Protection Act. But I wanted to spend a little bit of time on the last and smallest part of this bill, but probably the biggest part with regard to the province of Alberta's finances, and that is the Local Authorities Capital Financing Act changes that are identified here. And changes that will that speak directly to regional airport authorities throughout the province. And as we know that COVID has particularly stressed that sector of our economy with all across the globe, with a total shutdown of air travel initially in the early months of COVID, where nothing was flying throughout the world. And I know that through personal experience, not because I fly a lot, but because I live in an area that's in Calgary, right under the major flight path of the Calgary International Airport. And, you know, I experience people who live in the community I live and communities on either side of us experience flyovers, both landings and takeoffs, probably, you know, at peak times. And it's not all day, but it's like early in the morning, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then there's a bit of a lag until noontime, a bit of a lag until mid-afternoon, another lag of not a lot of jets until just before supper, after supper, late in the night, and sometimes we're talking about every 3 minutes in those peak times when jets or planes are landing and or taking off. And so I know a little bit about the change in that pattern because it was pretty quiet for months over our homes in that part of Calgary. And so I you know, don't have to work too hard to, you know, anyway, to believe that airport authorities around the world and ours in Calgary suffered as a result of not having any landings, not having any activity at their gates. And Calgary is one of the, I think it's third in the country in terms of numbers of passengers who go through that airport after Toronto and perhaps Vancouver. So it severely strained that airport authority, likewise with Edmonton and other major ones in this province. So this part that is on page 16 of the bill obviously speaks to local airport authorities being able to receive operating loans, and so that they could continue to bridge their operations until they can see something return to normal around passengers, takeoffs, airplane takeoffs, landings, the fees that they receive from those airline companies to use their gates, the other revenues that come as a result of parking, taxis kind of remitting their monies, businesses, and you often, I wonder how the businesses that are right in the airport, anything from a Starbucks to a Tim Hortons to all sorts of retail, whether they were afforded that federal government assistance with regard to their staff, sort of bridging their staff, paying some of their staff salaries as well as some of the rents, or assisting with the rent from the federal government. I wonder if they were able to access those things. But nonetheless, this whole portion of the bill, Local Authorities Capital Financing Act, is here to assist airport authorities in this province. And, there's probably some good sense to that, because those same authorities owe a significant amount of money to the province of Alberta that they have borrowed through the Alberta Capital Financing program over time to make sure that their airports were attractive and could attract bigger and more air traffic. And when we were in government, we certainly supported the Red Deer Regional Airport so that they could extend their runways and be able to bring in more substantive flying or jets, because that was a way for them to diversify the business at their airport and be able to be seen as a major regional airport that could service central Alberta in ways that smaller aircraft can't. We, of course, want to ensure that if airports are being able to access operating loans, that they are able to be able to pay those back over time. It doesn't do anyone any good to extend loans and not see them be able to repay them back, because they get into all sorts of difficulties, further difficulties. And we want our regional airports to be successful. We had some questions that we have been asking with regard to this bill, and regrettably, I don't think we're getting all of the information that we need to make a good and informed decision. My colleague...
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It sounded like my honourable colleague from Calgary-Buffalo might have had a few remaining thoughts that he was just about to get to when the buzzer rang, and I was wondering if he would care to share those last few thoughts with us.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you very much. I will conclude by saying my colleague, the critic for finance from Lethbridge West, I believe, has posed several questions to the on this bill, and I'm not sure that she has been able to successfully get satisfactory answers. The outstanding loan volume, I understand, is about $4 billion. In this regard, it would be $3 billion for YYC, Calgary International Airport, 750 for Edmonton International, and 150 for, is it called Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Airport? Airport?
Just Fort McMurray Airport. Yeah.
Fort McMurray Airport. 150 million there. But we don't know that for certain. And I think there's good reason for the minister to be transparent with the information so that we can be satisfied that the extension of loans to airports to bridge them through the operations and the loans that they owe the Government of Alberta for capital is something that we can count on being repaid over time. We know that this finance minister has many challenges on his plate. He's got two big things, COVID and the drop in oil, and we just haven't. I don't have the confidence that he's going to be able to see his way clear to get us back to balance. He says it's not going to happen in this term. We're looking at a $24.2 billion deficit for this fiscal year, and if all people here know that the deficit doubled in the first year of the UCP government from $2 billion to over $12 billion. Those are substantive deficits, and adding more on to the government of Alberta's liabilities as a result of Bill 44 is challenging for the government of Alberta. We just want to know that the government can get itself back to balance, and I don't have the confidence that this finance minister knows how to do that at this point in time. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak under Standing Order 29-2A? The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 44, the Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2020.
29-2A.
Oh, I apologize.
Any other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, I bet you the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to now rise and speak to Bill 44, the Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2020. We have had a number of decisions and proposals that have been brought forward by the Minister of Finance during his 19 months in office. And certainly, there have been some real questions with some of the decisions that have been made by that minister in the legislation he has brought forward and the impact that has had on a wide range of Albertans. And in these difficult times, and indeed when our province is facing one of the most serious health threats I think we have ever faced collectively as a province, and recognizing that that is happening simultaneously with a fairly serious financial crisis in our province, it's more important than ever, I think, that Albertans be able to trust their government, that the decisions it makes are clear and transparent, that government is indeed honest and straightforward with the public. And certainly any time we have an omnibus bill where government is making multiple changes to pieces of financial legislation, I think it's appropriate that we, in our role as the official opposition, do due diligence in considering and looking at what those changes might be. Because certainly we have had this government bring forward financial legislation which has done things which this government swore it would not do, raising income taxes on every single Albertan, not by honestly and straightforwardly actually adjusting the income tax rate, mind you, Madam Speaker, but by underhandedly instead simply rescinding the indexing of the income tax rate every year, so that they could surreptitiously and secretly, deceitfully, extract more dollars from the pocket of every single Albertan every year. The decisions we saw made by this finance minister to seize public pensions, something on which this government did not campaign, did not ask permission, and did not consult with any of the individuals whose pension funds they were simply choosing to exercise their sweeping power to redirect. redirect, I would note, to AIMCO, whose CEO is now just recently taken that long walk in the snow. Over more than $2 billion worth of losses in the last year. That was a decision by this same finance minister who brings forward this legislation today. Same finance minister who was the subject, I guess, in some respects, of the recent report for the Auditor General, which identified, I believe, around $1.6 billion worth of errors. Significant errors. And actually, that's the very word that the Auditor General used. The number of errors we addressed in this audit were significant. So I think Albertans have good reason to expect scrutiny of any decisions that are being made, any legislation being brought forward by this finance minister, given the track record of decisions that he has made and indeed that his government has made so far with the dollars of Albertans. And indeed, some of those errors, I mean, if you want to call it an error, with the decision to change the date of AISH payments alone, Madam Speaker. That was more than an error. That was a deliberate attempt by this government to shuffle a little bit of money off the books for 2019-20 and on to 2020-2021. Minor thing for the government, called out by the Auditor General, but certainly something that had sweeping impact on a wide number of Albertans who could not afford to have that impact, those NSF fees, those late payment fees, to be facing eviction from being unable to pay rent because of this government's attempts to shuffle the books. So we do have some questions here with some of the changes that are being brought forward by this minister, particularly in terms of the Local Authorities Capital Financing Act that's being amended by this legislation. And we're concerned in particular about how prudent really the government's approach here is to be offering operating loans on top of capital loans. Now, let's be clear, we recognize the importance of our airports here in the province of Alberta, the Calgary Airport, the Edmonton International Airport, the many other smaller airports across this province. They are an essential part of our economic trade. They are a key part of us being able to continue to work with other jurisdictions, both to bring in goods and also to have people going from one place to another who are engaging in trade, engaging in business, and indeed engaging in tourism. So certainly we can understand why in the current environment where we know that air travel has been heavily impacted by this global pandemic, by COVID-19, we can understand why government would want to see what it could do to help ease the financial burden, to ensure that this vital economic infrastructure in the province of Alberta is able to continue to operate. That is a reasonable thing for government to want to choose to do. However, it is fair to question if this is the best way for government to do it. This is a first for the government of Alberta. Of course, this is government which has had many firsts, many of them recently rather ignominious, if I may say so. Alberta ranking first in Canada for a number of new COVID cases, being one. But in this case, this would be a first for the government of Alberta to add an operating loan on top of a capital loan, and indeed adding funding into the operating, which then would indeed go back to be able to pay the capital loan. We have some serious questions about about the current performance of the $4 billion in outstanding loans that the government has to these regional airport authorities. And indeed, we have good reason to question whether this Minister of Finance is indeed has the wisdom and understanding to properly assess current performance, given what we were discussing earlier with the issues with AIMCO, where this minister praised them up and down about the wonderful job they were doing and how it was just the right thing to do to save Albertans money by moving public pensions over to AIMCO. Now, a number of folks have left the minister's arguments in tatters. Mr. Greg Meeker, I know, who appeared at committee when my colleague from Edmonton Mill Woods brought forward her private member's bill on this, absolutely shredded the credibility of the minister's arguments and his claims of any money that would be saved. But this minister still has gone ahead with that and has not recanted or apologized to those Albertans who he failed to consult with before he took their pension funds and forcibly transferred them to AIMCO. So there is good reason to question this minister's judgment in looking at the current performance of the $4 billion in current outstanding loans that government already has to these regional airport authorities. So I think it's absolutely critical, Madam Speaker, that before this legislature approves any such new legal authorities for the Minister of Finance to issue operating loans, and again, that's investing Alberta's taxpayers' dollars, Madam Speaker. The funds of every single Albertan, much as this government has done in the Keystone XL pipeline, around which we now see a good deal of doubt and trepidation with the incoming new U.S. president. Many questions there, and which was also, I would note, the subject of the Auditor General's report for having shuffled around when payments were actually happening in some respects, and those payments actually being on a bit of a different date, much earlier than this government had actually told Albertans. Indeed, some significant amounts of funds being paid out before any further work or anything had actually been done. Part of that $1.6, $1.7 billion in oopsies on the behalf of this government that were identified by the Auditor General's report. So it's absolutely critical that before we approve this government continuing on its track record of investments, that we ensure that the minister truly is coming clean with Albertans, truly telling them what is exactly happening here. For example, have any of the regional airport authorities actually missed any payments on their capital loans? If we do, in fact, issue new operating loans, where does the province then stand in relative to other creditors, which these regional airport authorities might have? I think Albertans should have the opportunity to know whether all regional airport authorities will in fact have access to these new credit facilities, or whether the government is planning on favoring some over others, because from what I can see in this legislation, there is no guarantee here of equal access. If the government should choose to favor, say, the Calgary Airport over the Edmonton International Airport, or other smaller airports which might also be seeking assistance. So I think there's a number of questions here, certainly a number of concerns, but I know that we will have much further opportunity to discuss this bill and delve into it in greater depth. So I think I will rest my remarks there for this evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise and speak on Bill 44, the Financial Statutes Amendment Act. Members who have been following the early debate on this legislation know that the official opposition has had a number of questions for the government. We weren't necessarily opposed to this legislation, but we were deeply concerned about the government's lack of transparency. In particular, we were concerned about the health of Alberta's airports and what the government was up to. As members know well, the government currently provides financing to Alberta's airports for capital projects. things like new terminals and new runways. The government issues debt and then on-lends to the airports to finance those projects. In doing so, the airport gets access to a cheaper interest rate because the debt is backed by the full faith and credit of the Alberta taxpayer. And in many cases, this is a reasonable approach. It makes our airports cheaper to run, which improves their competitiveness, which ultimately is good for our economy and the traveling public. But this legislation takes the role of the Government of Alberta with respect to financing the airports to a whole new level. What this legislation allows is for operating loans, not just capital loans, but operating loans. So the Government of Alberta now issues loans on top of loans. And the only conceivable reason to do this is because our airports can't pay their current capital costs. And so the official opposition has some very reasonable questions for the government. For example, whether any of the current capital loans to the airports were impaired. To be clear, we had a number of these questions, and the government obliged and provided answers to most of them. But 2 of the answers were problematic. Let me address each in turn. First, we asked exactly how much in capital current loans does the Government of Alberta have with each airport authority? And the government refused to answer. They redirected us to the airports, which makes no sense. Previously, this loan information was public. It was published by the Alberta Capital Finance Authority. But by virtue of the decision in Budget 2019, these loans are now on the books of Treasury Board and Finance. But Treasury Board and Finance doesn't report them individually. We believe that the total outstanding loan volume is roughly $4 billion, with $3 billion at YYC, $750 million at YEG, and $150 at YMM. But again, we don't know for certain. There's no good reason why this minister and this ministry should not be transparent with this legislation. In fact, it's deeply inappropriate. And it is part of the troubling trend with this finance minister. The same finance minister who doubled the deficit in his first year in office before the pandemic. The same finance minister who provided outlandish economic projections in Budget 2020 that were nowhere near the private sector consensus. The same finance minister who broke the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund and then doubled down and scrubbed normal financial reportings for the Heritage Fund of Q1 of this year. And the same finance minister who racked up $1.6 billion in accounting errors in his first year. There's a deeply troubling pattern here, a lack of honesty and transparency with the public and with this Assembly. And so, as we move into Committee of the Whole, I would like to see the finance minister come to the chamber and tell Albertans why he's not disclosing how many loans his government has outstanding to airports. Information, to be clear, that used to be publicly reported before this finance minister closed down the ACFA. The other answer that was deeply concerning and related to fair treatment of Alberta's airports. We asked the government if all of the airports would have access to these new operating loans if they wanted. The answer was shocking. The answer from this government was not necessarily. The government went on to note that each loan, if issued, would be customized. So we could get one set of terms for YYC, a worse set of terms for YEG, and maybe even a worse set of terms for YMM. The government needs to explain why they might offer different terms to Calgary, to then Edmonton, and then to Fort McMurray. Because that's not fair. That's not right. And that goes against the ideal of equal treatment for all. Just as importantly, it creates a moral hazard. In most likely scenarios, the airport, whomever it is, that has made the worst financial bet would get the most favorable operation loan terms. Put another way, this government is creating a structure that would reward poor management and punish good management. In our view, this sends the wrong market signals. And so we call on the finance minister to come before the Assembly and explain it. Explain why he is creating a structure that sends the wrong type of market signals and rewards prior poor management. Let me conclude my remarks by saying that we will support second reading. However, we would also like to encourage the government to reevaluate why it is that some of these airports are requiring operating costs. Maybe they need to look at what's happening with COVID and look at the fact that maybe they should be talking to the airports about how they can make sure that they are still viably operating. At the next stage, we will expect answers from the government on the 2 issues that I've outlined. and we expect to bring forward an amendment that will ensure that all Alberta airports are treated equally, that all airports have access to operating loans, if needed, based on the same terms and the same conditions. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will yield the floor.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Any members wishing to speak? Seeing none. Any other members wishing to join debate on second reading on Bill 44? Seeing none. Would the minister like to close debate? All right. Second reading of Bill 44 has been moved. The Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Bill 44, Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, I would like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under considerations Bill 13-9, the Child Care Licensing, Early Learning and Child Care Amendment Act 2020. Are there any members wishing to join debate? Seeing the Honourable Member for Calgary-Climb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I was hoping we would push this a couple minutes, but I think it's close enough. November 24th marks my father's birthday, so happy birthday to Patrick Nixon. Thank you, that's worth an applause. There you go. 48 years ago, Patrick became homeless, and he came from a not very great home situation, and you all know his story. He beat the streets and went on to become probably one of the best dads you can imagine. And so, happy birthday, Dad, and very thankful for you and the amazing father you've been for me and all of my brothers, and amazing grandpa that you are. I started working with the homeless shortly after I graduated high school, and I ended up working with homeless teenagers. So I was able to connect with a number of young people who had experienced a lot of trauma through the younger years and heard a lot of stories. And that's why this particular act, Bill 39, is of importance to me. I remember one of my first days at the shelter, and I was getting a tour from my new boss, and she brought me in one of the rooms, and there on the bed was a teddy bear. And I had to ask, I said, how old is the youth that sleeps in this room? And they said 12. And that hit me in that moment, that my dad was homeless at that exact same age, and that this youth staying at that shelter had a teddy bear on the bed. It kind of just hit home about all of that. So protecting our youth and making sure that they have safe places to go and to be fostered and to be able to grow is of particular importance to me. And last week, the member from Highlands Norwood was giving a good speech and encouraged the men in particular. She pointed out the men on this side of the aisle to be able to get up and talk about this bill, and so I'm happy to do so. And as a father of 4 kids, I know firsthand the challenges of childhood, child care, and as an uncle of 15 nieces and nephews, I experienced secondhand through my brothers and my sister-in-laws the challenge that they faced. Many of my sister-in-laws and brothers are actually shift workers. They're essential workers, and they have young children, and I have seen the challenges that they have been faced with in regards to finding childcare and making sure that their children have safe places to go during the day and sometimes at night. In fact, for about a year, I was without employment after I left the party before I became the MLA, and actually had the opportunity of being a child care worker, if you will, and watching my 2 nieces, because my brother and his wife had challenges finding a child care placement where they could place their 2 beautiful daughters and that would be safe, and they knew they were going to get the quality of childcare that they wanted and deserved for those two beautiful little girls. So I got to spend a year with my 2-year-old niece and my almost 1-year-old niece, and or my 3-year-old niece at the time, and just spend time with them, growing them, and spending time in learning who they are and building those relationships. And eventually, they were able to find a great childcare placement that they could afford and be able to put their kids into. So know a little bit about that, and but also know about that because at the doors in Calgary-Klein, of course, my constituents were concerned about affordable childcare but also safe childcare that was transparent, that they knew had the quality of care that their kids deserved. And so as a member of this legislature that represents the good people of Calgary-Klein, this is of particular interest to me, that I want to make sure that we are able to continue to provide that safe place for all of my constituents and their kids in childcare that's affordable. The other thing I wanted to mention about this bill that's, I think, very exciting, as somebody who used to work shift work, and my wife worked shift work and had small children working at the homeless shelter, often working nights. The big thing about this bill that is exciting to me, and I know for a lot of my constituents, is the ability to expand overnight childcare, 24-hour childcare. And I know that a lot of my constituents are very happy about that. So, as a father of 4 kids, I can tell you it's very difficult to put your kids within the care or the hands of anybody, and that's not you. And so to do that takes a certain degree of trust, and we need to make sure that our child care placements, that we can provide that certainty for parents, that they're putting their kids in a place that they can trust, that there's going to be that transparency, and they know that their kids are going to be safe. And I believe that that's what this bill does. That said, I'm now going to table the requisite copies of an amendment to Section 32, specifically around stop orders, in response to what occurred at an unlicensed day home in my constituency. And should I give my rationale now, or?
Move that amendment and then you
I'm going to
can read
move
it into the record.
this amendment. Do you want me to read this whole thing?
No,
or?
I would like a copy first.
Okay. Give that to her. Oh, no, I'll give you the whole thing, and then I'll take that. I apologize. New to amendments.
Just give us a minute. Proceed.
So do I need to read the whole thing, or can I just go into rationale? What's your?
Honourable Member, I think the rationale in this case, given it's a 1.5-page amendment, would be sufficient.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, as a father of 4, I think knowing that I'm sending my kids, and for my constituents in Calgary-Klein, that they know that they're sending their kids to a place that is safe, is absolutely critical. And so I am tabling the requisite copies to amend Section 32, specifically around stop orders, in response to what occurred at an unlicensed day home in my constituency. I propose that statutory director be given the authority to issue stop order if Children's Services is made aware of an imminent threat to health, safety, and welfare of a child in a day home. This will mean that parents who may wish to use a day home in the future are made aware of these concerns because a stop order was issued, and through a new phone line that is currently being set up by Children's Services will then be informed there was a concern of this nature in the past. So while the proposed Early Learning Child Care Act remains dedicated to licensed forms of child care, we can ensure that statutory director is empowered to ensure the safety of children in unlicensed care if called to any private unlicensed day home. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or Chair.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment A1 on Bill 39 and Committee of the Whole? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitewood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise in Committee of the Whole on Bill 39, the Childcare Licensing, Early Learning and Childcare Amendment Act, and to consider this amendment as been proposed by the government. I have to say, Madam Chair, I was hoping for a little bit more context around the specific wording from the member as proposed, because I think this is an important amendment and certainly worthy of some consideration, because as the member alluded to, this addresses the ability of the statutory director, which is an appointed person, delegated person under the Act from the Ministry of Children's Services, to issue a stop order, and it expands the circumstances in which a stop order can be issued. So currently, Madam Chair, for context, a stop order right now under the current Act as well as under the Bill 39 as originally proposed only allows for a stop order to be issued by the statutory director in the case of an unlicensed childcare provider who is providing childcare to too many children. So the Act sets out a maximum number of children that can be cared for in an unlicensed setting. It is currently under the Act and under Bill 39, an unlicensed childcare provider can provide care to 6 children plus their own children. And I want to be very clear, Madam Chair, about the circumstances around unlicensed childcare, because it's important for Albertans to be aware. Then when we're talking about unlicensed childcare, we're talking about childcare that's not subject to any licensing, any restrictions, any regulation. It is the care of children in a private residence by an individual who doesn't have to meet any certain specific mandated qualifications. In many municipalities, for example, an unlicensed childcare provider does not even need to register that they're providing a home business. There's literally no regulation or supervision of what happens in an unlicensed childcare setting. Now, Madam Chair, I have significant concerns around that, as do many childcare providers and stakeholders, and as do many Albertans, because we do know that, yes, there are a lot of families who choose unlicensed care, and I want to be very clear that there are also some very, very good unlicensed private childcare providers. I know that to be true. There are some very good ones. However, we don't even know who those ones are or how we can't keep track of them because there's very little information about what happens in an unlicensed childcare system. I also have to be clear that I have many friends who have placed their children in day homes, and many of them don't even know if their day home is a licensed day home or not. It's not something that Alberta parents necessarily know a lot about. They know that they'll go in and they'll obviously meet the person, they'll look at the home, they'll get a good vibe, because I said there are absolutely some unlicensed providers that provide excellent care, but there's certainly no understanding from a lot of Albertans as to whether or not that care is actually regulated or overseen by anybody. And so that has led to some very unfortunate positions, Madam Chair, and unfortunate is actually a very soft word. It's actually led to some very tragic circumstances. Some horrifying circumstances as anybody who has been, who is a parent or who has young children will be aware of. And some of these circumstances, frankly, Madam Chair, I have to be quite honest, I can't even speak about them without getting deeply emotional myself, and as I think any parent would. Over the past little while, Madam Chair, I've had the significant honor to be speaking with one parent in particular who knows the potential risk and tragedy and horrific outcomes of completely unregulated and unsupervised unlicensed childcare. And that is Jennifer Wolf-Smith, who is the mother of Mackenzie Wolf-Smith. And sorry, I'm just gonna take a moment. Yeah. It has been a great privilege to listen to Jennifer Wolf-Smith talk about what happened to her daughter and the lessons she's learned and how she's become a significant advocate for the safety and protection of all children in childcare, whether that be unlicensed or not. And one of the things that happened, Madam Chair, was that as a result of the very tragic death of Mackenzie Wolf-Smith, who is a 22-month-old toddler who died in 2012 at the hands of her unregulated, unlicensed childcare provider, was that there was a fatality inquiry that was held, Madam Chair, that looked into those circumstances. And one of the things that a significant number of recommendations came out of that fatality inquiry. that really spoke to the isolation and challenges of unlicensed childcare providers and the situations and the risks that that places on the children in their care. And so, Madam Chair, the recommendations that came out of the Wolf-Smith inquiry were accepted by the Ministry of Children's Services a year ago, September 25th, 2019. And since that time, we've been looking for substantive change to be made in the Child Care Licensing Act to make childcare, unlicensed childcare, safer. And Madam Chair, when I spoke with Jennifer Wolf-Smith, one of the things we spoke about was that as a parent who also has my children in childcare, when you look at safety and the issue of safety for your children in childcare, that is the bare minimum that we expect for our children. When we take the leap of faith as parents and we place our children in the care of somebody else, you're always taking a leap of faith. And of course you do your homework and you do your best and you try to get a good understanding and a good feel. And it's never going to be perfect, Madam Chair. That doesn't, licensing doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be safe. There's reasons why we have inspections and investigations, and there's reason why we have standards and criteria, because we put those in place to make the situation as safe as possible. But it is a leap of faith to place your children in the care of somebody else. And so when we look at unlicensed care, what's really striking is that there is no safety standards. And the circumstances under which the current act allows for anybody to even stop an unlicensed child care provider from providing care is simply based on the number of children in their care. It's not based on any other criteria other than perhaps that unlicensed provider has too many children in their care. And so one of the recommendations that came out of the fatality inquiry into the death of Mackenzie Wolf-Smith was that the direction from Justice Hawkes was that the number of children in care cannot be the only criteria by which we determine that an unlicensed child care provider can provide care. It specifically spoke to the need to increase protective factors in child care and to reduce risk. And so I have to say, I'm actually pleased to see this amendment, because one of the pieces of the amendment that is brought forward I think is important. It talks about the ability for a stop order to be issued beyond the circumstances of just the number of children in care. It talks about, as I read it, the ability for the ministry to issue a stop order where there is, quote, an imminent threat to the health, safety, or welfare of the children to whom the person is offering or providing child care exists. And I will say, I think that's important. I think that's very important. It is still a bare minimum. It is still, again, what the least of the expectations that we have as parents when we place our child in care, that they won't be at imminent risk of threat to their health, safety, or welfare. Now, while I think this is an important amendment, and I am happy to see it brought forward, I do believe there's more work that needs to be done on this amendment. From a very procedural perspective, the framework in which a stop order can be issued under Bill 39 is as a result of an investigation. So before a stop order can be issued, there must be an investigation. And I don't see this amendment putting forward a change to the section which allows for an investigation to take place. Right now, as proposed, an investigation can still only be initiated on the basis of potentially that a child care is providing care to too many children. It's still focused on the number of children. And that's in section 22 of the Act. That's the section that authorizes an investigation. And I believe that what this amendment is lacking is the ability for an investigation to occur in order to issue a stop order. So I think this is a procedural issue, but it's an important one, because if a statutory director is going to issue a stop order on the basis that there's an imminent threat to the health and safety or welfare of the child, they first need to have the authority and the power to do an investigation. And those powers are really important, because it allows for the statutory director to enter into a home, a private home. Let's be clear, unlicensed childcare happens in a private residence. A person can't just simply enter into that private residence and conduct an investigation unless they have the authority to do so. So that needs to be part of the powers, and they need to be able to do so even without the authority of the person whose home it is. So I believe this amendment is lacking that. I don't think that as it's drafted now, it would actually authorize a statutory director to have the reasonable grounds that are required to issue the stop order. They need to be able to conduct an investigation. So That's certainly something I haven't, I'll be honest, Madam Chair, this amendment was only brought forward obviously just now. I've had a very short time to look at it, but that immediately jumped out at me as something that we need to address. And I think that I'm hopeful that the government will be open to a sub-amendment to this section to allow for the investigatory powers that are necessary to issue a stop order. I think that's something that we need to include with this. Otherwise, we're never going to be in a circumstance where the statutory director will have reasonable probable grounds to issue a stop order. So I think that's something that I hope the government will consider, because I do want to make this kind of a change happen. But I also have some other questions about this proposed amendment. It talks about a stop order can be issued if there's an imminent threat to the health, safety, or welfare of the child. And I want to talk now about another parent that I spoke to. And this is a parent whose 18-month-old son was assaulted in an unlicensed childcare day home by the spouse of the childcare provider. The spouse was not the person who was directly that the parents had chosen and knew was going to be the one providing childcare. The spouse happened to become unemployed and was home in the home quite a bit. And for reasons that, well, there were criminal charges that were laid, that spouse became violent and assaulted an 18-month-old boy. Severely, might I add. And I'm not certain when I look at this amendment that it would stop that situation from happening. Because nobody would have known that imminent means it's about to happen. It's going to happen. There is something that's been identified as a problem that's going to threaten the health and safety and welfare of a child. I'm not sure that this would address those situations where the threat has already occurred, where after the fact, there would have been no authority to go in and stop that because nobody knew that was going to happen. There was no necessary identified imminent threat by simply having a spouse lab because let's be clear, again, nothing in the Act prevents that from happening. Nothing in the Act regulates who else is in the home in an unlicensed setting with a childcare provider. So that would not have stopped that situation. Certainly after that happened, perhaps you could say, all right, that threat has already, that obviously there's been, the child has been injured, so continuing childcare in that setting would potentially be a problem. But so perhaps a stop order could be issued then. But we're trying to look at, again, going back to the language of the Fatality Inquiry Report and Justice Hawk's report was to talk about increasing protective factors, which means making the setting safer. It means decreasing risk beforehand, and there's other measures we can take to do that. And one of those, Madam Chair, which is another factor which I have a question about with this amendment, is it doesn't address what a number of stakeholders have identified as one of the biggest risks in terms of to the health and safety of children in an unlicensed childcare setting, which is the number of children. And this is a recommendation that came forward from the Alberta Family Child Care Association. It came forward from the Association of Early Childhood Educators of Alberta. It came forward from the Mittart Foundation, is to lower the number of children permitted in an unlicensed setting. Because again, Madam Chair, if we go back to the very horrific circumstances which led to the death of Mackenzie Wolfsmith, there are many factors, but one of them was that the child care provider indicated she was overwhelmed. She had too many children in her care, too many young children. That's another factor as well as the age of the children. Because it's a solitary care provider with sometimes very young children. And in that case, that was precisely what happened. That child care provider was isolated. That was recognized by Justice Hawks in the Fatality Inquiry Report. He talked about how that child care provider was isolated, without any supports, with very young children. And one of the things that child care provider acknowledged in her statements in the inquiry was that she had too many children in her care. And when we look at other jurisdictions, they place greater restrictions on the number of children permitted in unlicensed care. But yet, I don't see that addressed. And in fact, it's one of the things, going back to the Fatality Inquiry Report, where the Justice Hawks talked about increasing protective factors, decreasing risk. And those things include lowering the number of children in unlicensed settings. And And I'm deeply disappointed that I don't see that addressed specifically in this amendment, but I will speak to that as well, I'm sure, at other times in debate on this bill. It certainly doesn't speak to it in Bill 39. And in fact, Bill 39 attempts to level the playing field, if I'm going to use the words of the minister, between unlicensed and licensed day homes by actually increasing the number of children in licensed day homes rather than following what other jurisdictions do, following the recommendations of stakeholders in this area, rather than following the advice of Justice Hawks, which was to lower the number of children. And so when I look at this amendment, I'm deeply concerned that we're still not addressing some of those protective factors, some of those risk aversion tactics that we should be using to make it safer. And I want to go back to where I began, which is that expecting our children to be safe in childcare is the bare minimum. I completed the online survey during the childcare licensing regulation consultation that took place. And one of the questions it asked was, as a parent, I completed that survey, it asked, how important is safety to you? And I thought to myself, I don't even understand that question. If you ask any parent, how important is the safety of your child? Well, first of all, it's both of the utmost importance, but it's also the bare minimum we expect. Of course it's the utmost importance. But of course, when I place my children in any setting, and any parent does that, they're basing it on the assumption that it is going to be safe. But when it comes to unlicensed childcare, we have no standard by which to judge that. So, Madam Chair, while I'm happy to see this amendment brought forward that recognizes that stop orders should be able to be issued when there's an imminent threat to the health, safety, or welfare of a child, I still maintain that we have not established a legislative framework that would allow for that stop order to be issued. I believe that only focusing on imminent threat does not look at threats that have already, or risks and dangers that have already taken place. It's an after-the-fact problem. And we need to talk again at that focus on protective measures and risk mitigation and risk reduction, because that has to be the beginning place that we begin with. And we can't simply accept in Alberta that there are thousands of children who go every day to an unlicensed setting where, again, some are safe and some are wonderful, and that's great, but we don't know. We simply don't know enough about what happens in unlicensed private settings because they are not regulated. We have no information. And there's several steps that we can take, and I will be bringing forward another amendment on this issue as well. But to begin with this amendment, I do have some sub-amendments that I would like to consider and propose. To make this better, I do applaud the initiative to take this step. I think it's important, but I don't think it goes as far as it needs to both legislatively work and also to really address the protective factors and risk reduction that we need to take. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to seek to adjourn debate on this.
Heard the motion to adjourn debate. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to rise and report progress.
Having heard the motion to rise and report progress, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports progress on the following bills. Bill 39. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all the amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. Adjourn debate on amendment. Mr. Ellis.
Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 35, the tax statutes creating jobs and driving innovation Amendment Act 2020. And Madam Speaker, I've spoken a few times in this place now where I believe that bill names and bills that are introduced in this place should reflect what the actual goal and objectives of the and outcomes of the bill are going to be. And Madam Speaker, I'm deeply concerned that this bill, Bill 35, introduced by the Minister of Finance, the worst finance minister in the history of this province, I'm deeply concerned that it does no such thing, right? And Madam Speaker, one of the key points of Bill 35 is that it doubles down on this UCP government, the Premier's failed plan to give more than $4.7 billion away to already wealthy and profitable corporations. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it accelerates this plan and it leaves Albertans behind. How do we know that giving $4.7 billion away to wealthy and profitable corporations isn't going to work? It's because this is the plan of Alberta's worst ever finance minister, who lost 50,000 jobs at the beginning of this year, in the first year in office, before this pandemic even began. And Madam Speaker, we know that this doubled the provincial deficit. We know that the provincial economy shrank by 0.6%. And we know that, Madam Speaker, again, this was all pre-pandemic. By every metric, Madam Speaker, whether it's credit rating downgrades in 1 year or any other metric, this is absolutely the worst finance minister we have ever seen. This is the worst government economically we have ever seen. This is the worst policy we have ever seen, Madam Speaker. And right now we know over 290,000 Albertans are out of work. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, in this opposition, we are fighting for every single Albertan to make sure we have a diversified economy, to make sure that we are doubling down, or that we have a fair shot at getting ahead. Madam Speaker, we're not doubling down. We're not fighting for $4.7 billion in corporate giveaways. We're not fighting for already profitable and wealthy corporations, for foreign shareholders, Madam Speaker. We're not fighting so that Suncor can lay off thousands of workers in Calgary and then run away with record profits, Madam Speaker. Those are not the things we're fighting for. That's what the worst finance minister in Alberta's history is fighting for. And Madam Speaker, it's absolutely shameful. It's absolutely shameful that this government goes on and doubles down on this failed plan to give money away to profitable and wealthy corporations. It's absolutely shameful that every single day Albertans are getting left behind. Over 290,000 Albertans are out of work. Over 50,000 of those Albertans happened in this government's first year in office, and that was because of, Madam Speaker, this government's $4.7 billion giveaway to wealthy, profitable foreign shareholders. We saw companies like Suncor leave this province and lay off thousands of employees after posting profits, Madam Speaker. So we know the plan wasn't working, and instead, this government decides to double down. This Premier decides to double down. This Finance Minister decides to double down. An absolute failure of economic policy, Madam Speaker. Instead of actually creating incentives to create jobs, instead of actually investing in our communities, instead of actually doing things like investor tax credits, instead of actually doing things like capital investment tax credits, instead of actually creating industries and diversifying our economy, our finance minister, the worst finance minister in Alberta's history, said diversification of the economy was a luxury. Those are the actual words of this finance minister, this UCP finance minister, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely shameful. It's absolutely shameful that the finance minister would suggest that diversification is a luxury. Because, Madam Speaker, in this finance minister's first year in office, 50,000 people lost their jobs, and right now over 290,000 people are out of work. Madam Speaker, it's absolutely shameful that we continue to see the economy shrink. And of course we know it shrank before the pandemic, and of course now we know that as we enter a global recession and global economic contraction, the economy continues to shrink, Madam Speaker. And doubling down on an already failed plan is not going to make it better. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it may actually make it worse, and Madam Speaker, we continue to see it making it worse. Madam Speaker, we saw when this government, when this finance minister, the worst finance minister in Alberta's history, cancelled innovation and employment grants and scientific research and experimental development credits and programs like the Interactive Digital Media Tax Credit, Madam Speaker. What did we see? We saw tech firms pull out of this province. We saw jobs continue to be lost, and we saw the economy shrink. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we saw many tech companies right here in Edmonton and in Calgary as well say that that was a key component of them deciding not to expand here in Alberta. So while this government doubles down on giving $4.7 billion away to wealthy and profitable corporations, to foreign shareholders, Madam Speaker, we're watching companies pull out of Alberta. We're watching companies cancel their plans to expand in Alberta. We're watching companies, tech companies and diversifying, that we're working to diversify the economy, decide that Alberta is not the place they want to invest anymore. Madam Speaker, that's the plan of this government. Those are the results of this government's plan to give $4.7 billion away to profitable and wealthy corporations. Those are the results of this Premier's plan, of the worst finance minister in Alberta's history's plan, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute shame. It's an absolute shame that we have to come back here time and time again and point out that the economic devastation being caused is hurting families across this province. That over 290,000 people are out of work right now in Alberta, and this government has no plan to create jobs other than to continue giving money away to their friends and donors. Madam Speaker, it's absolutely a shame that we have to keep coming back to this place and pointing out that the economy contracted at 0.6% before the pandemic even began, that this government, this worst finance minister in Alberta's history, gave out lost over 50,000 jobs in his first year in office. That this government has done absolutely nothing to create jobs, Madam Speaker. Has done absolutely nothing to create a single job in this province, Madam Speaker. And indeed, Madam Speaker, we know families across this province are suffering because of it. And indeed, we see parts of our province that were growing under an NDP government, that were diversifying under NDP government. Industries such as the tech sector that were going and expanding and hiring more people in this province instead cancel their plans. Instead, decide that they will no longer be expanding. Instead, lay off employees as a result of this government's cancellation of investor tax credits, cancellation of digital media tax credits, cancellation of capital investment tax credits. All of the programs that were actually creating jobs, that were actually creating investment in this province, Madam Speaker, we saw be cancelled. And now they're doubling down on a $4.7 billion giveaway to profitable and wealthy corporations. Now the worst finance minister in Alberta's history is doubling down on a failed economic strategy that is proven to be failed not only here but across North America, Madam Speaker. And now what we see is 290,000 Albertans out of work. We see not a single job created by this finance minister. We see not a single program that brings in new investment to this province, Madam Speaker. We see foreign shareholders continuing to post record profits, continuing to take in more and more money while laying off workers in Calgary and in Edmonton and in Fort McMurray and across this entire province, Madam Speaker. And instead of seeing this government change course and say we need to do something to actually find jobs for these people, instead of seeing this government change course and actually saying we need to figure out a way to get the economy back on its feet, instead of this government, instead of the worst finance minister in Alberta's history deciding that maybe we need to do something about these families not being able to put food on the table, Madam Speaker, instead this government says they're going to double down on giving $4.7 billion away to wealthy and profitable corporations. They're going to accelerate giving $4.7 billion away to wealthy and profitable corporations, Madam Speaker. And we know this government did not do a single analysis on why they should be accelerating the corporate handout, on why they should be giving money away to profitable and wealthy corporations. And how do we know that, Madam Speaker? Because this opposition did a Freedom of Information request. We FOIP'd the government and we asked, was any analysis done? Do you have a single briefing note that proves this will create a single job? And Madam Speaker, the worst finance minister in Alberta's history could not produce a single document to prove that. Could not produce a single document to say they had even done an analysis on whether it would create a single job. Madam Speaker, this government hasn't put any thought into their plan to destroy our economy. They are, Madam Speaker, not doing a single thing to support jobs. They are not doing a single thing to support families. They're not doing a single thing to support investment. And instead, they're giving money away to profitable and wealthy corporations that are already laying off workers across this entire province, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Premier first announced this accelerated corporate handout, he said companies would be irresponsible if they didn't move to Alberta. He said, and those are his words, Madam Speaker. The Premier said that it would promote jobs starting that week. And then, Madam Speaker, almost immediately after, within weeks and months after that, Madam Speaker, when the Premier said it would create 55,000 jobs, we saw 50,000 jobs lost. Madam Speaker, it simply is an absolute shame that we have to come back here time and time again and show this government that their plan is a complete failure, that this is the worst finance minister we've ever seen, this is the worst economic plan we've ever seen. And Madam Speaker, I urge every single member of this House to vote against this legislation. It's a disaster, and it's costing Albertans their livelihoods. Thank you.
Standing Order 22A is available. Seeing none, any other members wishing to join debates? The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak again to Bill 35, the Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020. So far, what we see here, even just in the title of this bill, is at best disingenuous. As my colleague from Edmonton South ably noted, so far this government's decision to shovel $4.7 billion out the door to already profitable corporations, to make that the centerpiece of their economic plan for the province of Alberta, and indeed through this bill accelerating that plan, has yet to yield a single job in the province of Alberta, has yet to bring any benefit to a single Albertan. The member for Calgary-Klein asked me to prove it. We could simply go through and list all of the corporations which received their millions of dollars from this government and have gone on to lay off employees, including probably residents of the member of Calgary-Klein. His constituents, hundreds of people in Calgary, Madam Speaker, who were laid off by the very same companies who received their corporate tax cut, their corporate tax handout from this government. Did not create a single job here in the province of Alberta. Some actually picked up and left the province of Alberta, Madam Speaker. This, what passes for a plan in the hands of this government, has not created a single job, not brought benefit to a single Albertan. Now, I've heard members of this government say, well, it's a long-term strategy. A long-term strategy that has been successful for no other jurisdiction that has pursued this race to the bottom. Who have chosen to try to believe that simply if they just keep slashing that tax rate, that's all they're going to need to restart their economy. It doesn't happen. Trickle-down economics, Madam Speaker, does not work. Now, admittedly, Madam Speaker, you need to have a balanced tax system, absolutely. It makes sense that you don't want to have the highest taxes, but pursuing an endlessly lower amount also provides no benefit. And the fact is, Alberta was already the most competitive jurisdiction in Canada, with no sales tax, with no employer health premiums, there was no need to try to pursue this race to the bottom, something which has not been successful in any other jurisdiction in Canada. And in pursuing this, Madam Speaker, this government chose to eliminate tax incentives, programs that had actually created jobs here in Alberta. The Alberta Investor Tax Credit, the Interactive Digital Media Tax Credit, had created actual concrete jobs here in Edmonton, in Calgary, and I spoke with companies directly who had plans to hire hundreds of more Albertans based on those incentives and those opportunities until this government canceled them. And it's laid out in their own innovation working group report what a failure that was, whether the member for Calgary-Glenmore agrees or not. It says in their very own report, Madam Speaker, that their decision to cancel those tax credits, to remove those programs, made Alberta the least competitive province in Canada for the tech and innovation industry. Utterly gutted it. Canceled the creation of jobs, drove companies away. Now, I respect that this government did, in fact, at least listen to this particular group of experts in restoring a small piece of what they gutted and took away. Essentially, the equivalent of the shred credit that already existed in every other province in Canada existed long before our government came along, but also fell under the axe of ideology wielded by this government when they brought forward their first finance bill last fall. So they are restoring that. I will give them credit for that. That is a step forward. And indeed, the new minister who's taken over the file after the previous minister spent so long denigrating the very things that the industry was calling for and the help that they were looking for, I am pleased to see that the new minister seems to be much more amenable and understand the value of the tech sector here in the province of Alberta. And we will see if he does indeed move at the speed of business, and we'll see if he does indeed manage to follow through. But the record of this government has not been a good one so far. So their decision to continue to make the centerpiece of their economic plan this $4.7 billion corporate giveaway on an accelerated schedule, which has yet to bring a single job to the province of Alberta, which provided absolutely no benefit to a single startup company, to a single tech and innovation company. It's short-sighted, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, it seems it's all this government has. Indeed, as my colleague noted, 50,000 jobs lost before the pandemic, Madam Speaker. A doubling of the provincial deficit. An economy that shrank by 0.6%, all before the pandemic hit. Over 300,000 Albertans out of work. Albertans deserve far better, Madam Speaker. Far, far better. So I don't believe I can support this bill. There are better ways that we can be supporting the Alberta economy, and indeed we've been working to speak with Albertans about that through the albertasfuture.ca. I'm looking forward tomorrow evening. I understand that for the 2 sessions that I'm having the opportunity of hosting with folks talking about healthcare innovation in research in the province of Alberta, we have over 70 stakeholders so far that have signed up for those 2 sessions. I'm looking forward to engaging with them, and indeed have spoken with and engaged with many who already have been working here within my constituency of Edmonton City Centre. I dare say it's probably 70 more than the member for Calgary-Klein has personally spoken with. Though I do appreciate his contributions to the debate this evening. So I'm looking forward to continue to work towards true diversification, truly building towards a better and more diverse and resilient economy for the province of Alberta, one that goes far beyond the cheap trickery of this government's corporate handout. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get so used to wearing my mask, I'll take it off. So we are on the hoist on the bill not be read a second time. And I think that it's an important conversation. We've heard from many of the members on this side of the House that have comments in regards to, you know, the government needing to come forward with an economic plan that makes sense. We've heard lots of side conversations from different members in the chamber while members are speaking in regards to their feelings about that. And you know, that's their prerogative. I would like to remind the members in the chamber, though, that when the NDP was in government, we led the country in GDP growth in 2018. So our plan obviously was working. And we were diversifying. And, you know, the honourable members across the way will say, oh, we started at the bottom. Well, it was a PC government before us. So, I mean, there was only way to go up after that. So it doesn't, like, that language doesn't make any sense. What we did do was invest in petrochemical diversification. What we did invest in is the tech industry. What we did invest in is AI. What we invested in is research. What we invested in green technology such as solar, and helping people that were becoming unemployed in the oil and gas industry who needed to go back to work and find a different path. And so many electricians and many people that were being laid off in the oil and gas industry because of the fact that the price of oil had dropped were retraining in green. So they were retraining in how to put solar panels on the top of roofs in houses and in businesses. And if you go to some of the rural communities of some of the members that actually are in this chamber, they've benefited from that. Leduc would be a prime example where I believe their rec center's whole roof is actually solar panels. And that was part of our green diversification project. So there were lots of things that were happening in this province that were not just focused on the oil and gas industry. And so, you know, the $4.7 billion giveaway that the government likes to talk about creating jobs hasn't actually done that. We can look at the 50,000 less jobs pre-pandemic. We can continue to look at the fact that people are continuing to be unemployed during the pandemic. We can also look at the fact that this government has chosen to abandon the people in Alberta by not supporting them through COVID and finding strategic ways and to look at being innovative to try to find ways to help people go back to work. Instead, they relied on the federal government and the federal programs to help pay people's salary or pay people's mortgages, because this government during COVID has chosen to put corporations ahead of the very people that voted them to be here. That's what we're seeing right now. We are seeing a bill. If you look at all of the legislation that we have seen through this session, knowing that we were going into a second wave in COVID, knowing all of these things, this bill does nothing to help diversify the economy during the time of COVID. It doesn't. And what it does do is help corporations, you know, figure out a way to not have to pay their corporate taxes, which is not also going to help the province. It hasn't created a job. We've seen many more jobs go south to the United States. It hasn't helped with attracting new jobs. And in fact, if you think about the COVID response and the fact that Alberta is now leading the country in infection rates, I don't know what corporation would want to come here if the government's not willing to take responsibility for it and figure out a way to make it go, like, to deal with it. There are many factors that impact the ability for corporations and employers to want to stay in this province. And when they don't see a government come forward to help them figure out how to pay their rent during COVID, they don't see how they're going to have a wage subsidy because, you know, the feds will do that. So, I mean, we don't have to help out our small and medium businesses. These are all things that impact people wanting to be in Alberta. And so right now, all we're seeing is if you're a big corporation, the government will help you. But if you're the small business or medium business that actually drives this province and employs the majority of people, nothing. You got nothing. There's nothing in this bill that supports any of those businesses that are currently struggling the most, that are our biggest employer, and who are looking for leadership from this government right now. None. I don't see it in here. So I would encourage the government to go back to really rethink what the future of Alberta is going to be post-COVID. What is the economy going to look like? Where will you diversify and invest? How are you going to encourage Albertans to look at different things and stay in the province, really? I mean, let's start there. Windmills aren't bad. They've been in Pincher Creek for a really long time, way before us. So the honourable member likes to have comments. I'd love to see him stand up and actually say something on the record about what he believes diversification in his government would look like. So instead of just, commenting across the floor. Because the reality of it is Albertans are hurting right now. And as much as I appreciate that the government likes to think that it's great to heckle about that, the reality is nothing has been done. My neighbors can't pay their mortgages right now. 1 in 5 Albertans can't pay their mortgages right now, and we're standing here talking about $4.7 billion to corporations. What are you doing for Albertans besides heckling the opposition? I need to see action from this government. And so in saying that, I don't think this bill should be read again. I think it should die on the order paper, and the government should come back with a plan that's going to help Albertans as we deal with this COVID pandemic.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her remarks. Certainly, I share her frustration in that, we have seen that 20% of mortgages in Alberta have been deferred. We have seen that unemployment is at breaking levels, over 12%, I believe, here in Edmonton now. And at the same time, we see this government doubling down on their failed economic strategy that, as was rightfully noted, the initial response to these massive $4.7 billion corporate giveaway was net loss of 50,000 full-time jobs here in the province of Alberta. So how does the government respond? They respond by doubling down on the failed strategy and wanting to do it faster when it's clearly failed the people of this province. And the member for Calgary-Klein continues to yell, "Hear, hear." He's so proud of the fact that under his watch, the government has cost Albertans, including Albertans living in Calgary-Klein, 50,000 full-time jobs pre-pandemic, and we know many, many more since the pandemic. So I wouldn't exactly be cheerleading for myself, honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, because I think that this is something that is the exact opposite of what the Premier and UCP colleagues campaigned for 2 years ago when they were traveling the province talking about jobs and the economy. People voted for that. People wanted to see action. And what they've seen is failure after failure after failure. And people clearly want diversification in their economy. And that's one of the reasons why I was so appalled to see the government erode all sorts of initiatives that have been in place, some for 4 years and some for even longer than that, around economic diversification, specifically targeting tech, specifically targeting renewables, specifically targeting energy sectors that certainly were in place to create a stronger, more diversified energy industry, but also a stronger, more diversified economy and jobs. So here is what I would like to say to folks who are planning on actually increasing investment, increasing opportunities, and helping people find ways to pay their mortgage. And I'll tell you, rushing to give $4.7 billion away to already profitable corporations, making in excess of $500 million in profits, is not the way to do it, honourable member. If it was, it would have worked in the year leading up to the pandemic. If it was, it would have worked when people were filing for deferral on their mortgages. But it's failed. So to cheer for a failed strategy and to rush to do it even more shows me that this government doesn't care about the people of this province. They care about people who've been specifically lobbying them, about corporate interests, and not about people who need to pay their mortgages, who need to send their kids to school, who need to make sure that there's an ICU bed at their community hospitals when they need it. This $4.7 billion could make a huge difference to important services that our communities rely on. It could absolutely make the difference between implementing the 15-point proposal that we proposed for schools to make them far safer. Instead, we've seen over the last 2 weeks more than 500 schools in this province have active cases of COVID now. Not exactly a record I'd be cheering here for. Something that I think most Albertans would expect their government to step up and show true leadership. And instead, we've seen the Premier, we haven't seen the Premier in 10 days. When every other Premier in every other province has addressed the public, many have been able to do that remotely. This Premier, crickets, except for at the UCP AGM that he decided to prioritize over taking leadership and showing courage on the biggest public health crisis, certainly under his leadership and arguably in the most recent generation. So here, not exactly something that I expect any member of this House to proudly cheer for, because I think the record speaks for itself and the results, I think, have been very damaging to Alberta families. And I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton Manning for highlighting the hypocrisy as well as the big contrast between values of what we're campaigned for and what's actually being delivered here in this House and specifically in this bill. So yeah, I stand with our House Leader, the member for Edmonton Manning, and all of our colleagues in the NDP caucus in calling for the government to hoist this bill at its current stage, go back to the drawing board and actually do something that will help Alberta families, any Alberta families. Do something. Try a strategy that hasn't been proven over and over again to fail.
Are any other members wishing to join debate on the Hoist Amendment? Seeing none, would Minister like to close debate? No? I will call the question on the amendment. Oh, on the, my apologies, we're going to vote on the amendment first. On the Hoist Amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Amendment has been defeated. Given that defeation of the bill, as it is a Hoist Amendment, we will immediately vote on the motion for second reading. So on the motion for second reading on Bill 4035, the tax statutes creating jobs and driving innovation Amendment Act 2020, does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried.
Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time.
The Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Madam Speaker, I see by the clock on the wall it's getting late, so I move that the Assembly adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, November 24, 2020.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Today.
Mr. Sam.
Good job, team.